Hello, everybody. Hello, and welcome to our panel here at Spielart. The panel is part of our 3-day discourse, Together, How to Get Closer. And in this discussion, we will talk about where is the internet located and focusing on performances in the digital realm. I'm happy to welcome you all, especially the participants of our discussion. Isa, she brought the performance Manila Zoo to the Spielart Festival. Jamal and Lindy from the Bubblegum Club, who brought us the Sex Congress to Spielart Festival. And Malika just arrived here in Munich, and she brought us Rest of the Struggle, which was a series that is already going on for the last 2 years from the very beginning of the festival and is still going on until tomorrow, until the last day of the festival. My apologies that we started with a little delay, which was due to that Malika is right now in Munich. She just arrived in this very minute in her room here in Munich, and I'm very happy to see you here now. Isa is joining us from Manila in the Philippines, and Jamal and Lindy are joining us from Johannesburg in South Africa. For those of you who are joining us here in the Zoom webinar, if you have any questions and contributions to the discussions, questions to the participants, please do use the F&A panel on the bottom of your screen. For those of you joining us in the Festival Center, there you also have a Zoom window where you can put all your questions into the F&A column of the Zoom app. And those of you who are looking and watching us from the live stream on the website or using the YouTube, you will find a link to the Miro board in the comments of YouTube or on the website. And if you have any questions or comments, please do use the Miro board, and your questions will be brought to us here on the panel so we can answer all of them. So all three performances, the Sex Congress, Manila Zoo, and Rest of the Struggle, are very, very different digital performance pieces, different in scope, different in the approach and uses of the digital and participation with the audiences. So as the first step and as a way of introduction, I would like each of you to introduce yourself and tell a little bit about the performance piece that we have seen here at the Spielart Festival this year. Jamal and Lindy, would you like to start with the Sex Congress, please?
Sure. Thank you so much, Sylvia. So my name is Jamal Maidana. I'm from the Bubblegum Club, which is a digital publication. It's also a content production studio. And we also have a practice, I guess, as an artist collective as well. And I think with this project, it's us coming together as a collective and exploring, I guess, figuring out our practice. I'll let Lindy introduce herself and maybe the piece as well.
Hi, I'm Lindy. I am the editor of Bubblegum Club, the online publication. So our piece, the Sex Congress, I think, so for us, this was like our first time engaging as a collective. Like Jamal mentioned, we also function as an art collective in the space of theater, right? And I think in the same way that we sometimes language Bubblegum Club, it was very much like an experimental and collaborative effort. And the Sex Congress, in essence, you could call it a sort of like meta performance. So it was very self-aware of itself as a performance, and it exists sort of at the intersection of questioning first like performativity, like implicitly, but also is rooted in the space of like sex work and erotic labors in their intersection with politics of the nation state and self-governance and self-autonomy as well. But because it's a lived reality, and I mean, conversations around like sex work have been gaining traction in sort of like the mainstream media specifically the past couple of years, also through the mediums of like pop culture. So we thought of like just like using that space to like unpack all of these sort of like intersecting issues, but also from a space of like the genre of comedy, because the lived experience of sex work is not one that we inhabit like actively as like sex workers on the ground. So satire and comedy became a way to just kind of like critically question, and maybe I guess in a sense animate and embody through the performers like how these conversations are taking space or taking place on our online communities, but also how they're taking place in more sort of like official spaces through the language of like politics and legislature, but also through just like public opinion. So that was, and then also had like multimedia sort of elements as well. So it was very experimental in essence. I think that's how I.
Okay, thank you. The Sex Congress was a kind of Zoom performance, so people could watch it from their own laptop or PC devices. And the performers have been on screen. The performers have also been on screen in the Manila Zoo, and it also had some kind of sexual content, but the audience was assembled in the theater auditorium. So this was the change, that the audience assembled together in the theatrical space while the performers have been on screen. Isa, would you like to introduce yourself and tell a little bit about the Manila Zoo, please?
Hello, I'm Isa Hoxon. I'm an artist choreographer based in the Philippines. I'm interested in movement and mobility, both in the micro and macro sense. Micro in terms of gestures, habits of the body, movement languages, and in terms of macro, how these bodies are catapulted in different geographies or contexts, mainly through the Filipino overseas workers body and the affective service industry. That is the main export of the Philippines. So Manila Zoo, I'm just gonna read the synopsis for for clarity. So Manila Zoo, in Disney's Empire of Happiness, animals are anthropomorphized and formatted with US American values and ways of being. Lions are kings, monkeys and crickets become sidekicks to humans. And Filipino performers often undertake these roles as the highly favored workforce in the Disney theme parks and shows. They are the energetic happiness machines who tirelessly bring these mascots to life for entertainment. So in Manila Zoo, we hijack this Disney experience by embodying the intersections and politics of humans and animals, of spectacle, systems of labor and isolation shared by man and animal, man and beast, expressing a collective desire for change. In this version of Manila Zoo, the private and public, real, virtual happiness and horror are intertwined. Humans and animals share the psychosis of isolation. As a work that is shaped during the pandemic, this has taken more relevance and urgency, and confronts the audience with complex issues relating to freedom of movement, exploitation, and cultural identity. Initially, Manila Zoo was supposed to be a live stage performance and is the third part of this series called Happy Land series, which investigates Filipino labor, performance of happiness, and production of fantasy within this happiness empire. So, Manila Zoo had to develop and adjust to the pandemic situation. And what we just performed when was it? What is today? Tuesday, Wednesday is the result of this process of, in a way, really addressing the new frontier of enclosures, which is the Zoom frame, or the digital, the virtual frame that we are all dealing with. So yeah. Should I show something, or that's fine?
If you want to show something like a visual impression or something of the piece, that would be fine.
Okay, I'll just show briefly a recording of Wednesday's show. Did I press sound? Anyway, doesn't have to have sound.
From the wild Scar Festival, please welcome a species. Yes, we do like to hear from you. Yeah. Bring your friend.
I have received and verified your question. What is covering?
Okay, thank you for those impressions of the Munich performance of Manila Zoo. And Malika, you brought us this year like a whole series of different programs that you curated under the title Rest of the Struggle, Chapter 1, Recover. There was morning briefings and evening relaxations, yoga classes, puppetry workshops, discussion formats, using Telegram, Zoom, YouTube, and all different kind of tools. And another performance that we briefly talked about that also dealt with sexual issues, namely sexual violence and sexual digital violence. Allegedly, that's another performance that you did as a performance piece. Would you like to briefly introduce yourself and talk a little bit about your work, the one that you showed us this year at Spielart, and the one that relates to that very strongly?
Thank you, Sylvia. Hi, I'm Malika. I'm an artist from New Delhi, India. This year at Spielart, we put together a 2-week-long digital engagement from the first day of the festival till the last day of the festival. The larger project is called Rest of the Struggle, which is loosely a project that is going to now on, and also in this first chapter, look for new spaces and strategies for rest, while also being very deeply wedged in the struggle. And here, which is why it's called Rest of the Struggle. And here, of course, the words rest and struggle get interchanged so many times, and struggle is takes on many meanings, as does rest. The first chapter of it, which we've been doing here, which has been entirely digital, was called Recover. And the idea was to try and find and provide moments of recovery and rest through the day for people to plug in and out of, for audiences to plug in and out of. Of course, what was what I did not grasp while thinking about this was how tiring providing rest is to the world. And this opens up many, of course, more, many questions about rest, struggle, recovery, etc. But for 2 weeks, for 16 days actually, people can subscribe to various offerings in the program. There are audio pieces. There is there is a yoga class, there is doll making, there are conversations, there are performances. So people can subscribe to or participate in anything for as long as they want from their own space. Recordings are available, and therefore sometimes at their own time as well. The idea was to try and see what sort of communities, digital communities of rest, around rest, globally can be formed in the digital. And a lot of my understanding of how the digital functions actually comes from my performance piece, Allegedly, which I have been performing from India during the pandemic since December last year. We were performing all the way till September, and now it's paused for a bit. And it's kind of done a tour in the international circuit, because it's kind of performed every month in a new festival, but from home. And this is a piece that deals with questions of sexual violence, consent, justice, impunity, solidarity, believability, etc., 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 everything that comes with the realm of sexual violence. Also, much like Manila Zoo, it had to change gear thanks to the pandemic. It had to suddenly find its feet in a different, it used to be a physical piece. It already had found its way in the world as a physical piece, and then was going to become a visual installation with a live audience like Manila Zoo. And then because it had to perform at a time where there was another lockdown in Europe, it then found its resting place on Zoom and now remains there. So these are the two strings that I'll be pulling at for today's conversation.
Thank you so much, Malika. What changed during the last 1.5 to 2 years during the pandemic is also the status of private versus public. So now at the moment we're sitting in office spaces, private spaces, hotel room spaces, all this mixture between public, personal and private rooms. Some of the performances have been performed in a private home space and have been screened to a public space or have been screened to another home. How do you think about those notions of the public versus the private in regards to your artistic work, in regards to the digital realm, and what impact do you think it has? How much does it change your artistic practice? I don't know, who would like to start? Isa, maybe your performance have been performing from their individual home spaces. Maybe you can let us in how that developed and what experiences the performers had, like opening up this sanctuaries to the public.
I guess what is particular with Manila Zoo is that we've decided that it would be a hybrid performance wherein it's not completely digital, in the sense that the audience can only access it inside the theater space. So in that sense, there is still that focus on a collective spectatorship, which I find the theater is giving that opportunity. And I guess the difference in seeing it on a desktop is that you're accountable to the audience, to the audiences with you in a theater. So in a desktop, you can always multitask. You can be on a Zoom meeting and looking at, for example, shopping at the same time. That's really possible. The desktop is really made for multitasking. But the theater is a concentrated space, and somehow I still believe in that. And somehow all the our performances are on the global north or global northwest. And in a sense, it's in theaters that are, it's in places and contexts that are more progressive in terms of their lockdown situation. Theaters are actually open and running in other northwestern countries. And in the Philippines, it has never opened. So since March 2020 until now, we still don't have the cultural scene whatsoever. So in that sense, um, our engagements are all, yeah, in much, what do you call this, affluent context. And so this collective spectatorship is possible. Um, uh, yeah, so a lot of people actually ask me if they can see Manila Zoo. They just assume that because it's pandemic, that they could actually see it online. And I always tell them that it's actually, you can only see it in the theater. I mean, of course, I would send the video documentation if it's really, I think, something important for them to see. But I would prefer to do a screening somewhere together, still seated, even if it's just a video documentation, that you actually see it with other people in the room, whether it's just 5 or 2 people, but you're accountable to other people. It becomes, the act of watching becomes an experience in itself that is shared with other people. And I think, yeah, this is something that we are very clear about in the work. Of course, it's possible to show it also online, but I feel that it would take on a different dramaturgy and rules that yeah, is situated online. So yeah, that's how the engagement is. And of course, in regards to Asian and European audiences, there's this big cultural difference. I guess in Asian countries where we performed the Manila Zoo in Taipei, Yokohama, and just recently in Singapore, they were much more active, like warm and really somehow uh, what do you call this? I don't know, more dynamic. I mean, you can see. I mean, because we perform in front of our laptops, which in itself is such an absurd situation, and we see the audience in such a small frame. So the bigger the movement or the louder the sound, then at least we can comprehend that. But the more subtle the audience is, the more difficult it is for us to read. And so with the European audience, which is a bit more subtle than the Asian audience, we're like really left like, is it working? Or like, you know, we really learned a lot actually, because we learned to not judge the audience and only like after seeing the recording the next day, then we would have a better grasp of how the work was received, because then you can really through the recording sense how they're reacting. And yeah, there was a lot of stories. It's just a different kind of ritual, I guess, of after performance, because immediately if you're in a live show, you would immediately receive the applause and get feedback. You would be able to talk to people about their experiences. And in this Manila Zoo, so after after the work, there was even like a misalignment in terms of the curtain call. So when we were about to do the curtain call, the people already left because they thought that the work was finished. So we were like, where's the audience? So there's that misunderstanding of theatrical dynamics that we still have to kind of master. But when we saw the recording, there was actually a long applause that we completely missed. Like we weren't aware that there was that. because the screen was black. So, you know, you're dealing with a lot of lags. And in our case, the lag is the next day. You know, you see the totality, or at least a video documentation of how it was received only the next day. So, like, after performance rituals really change for us. Yeah.
That's, I think, really a big difference, that this after performance discussions, exchanges and stuff like that are all missing in online performances. With the Sex Congress, you actually did perform or do perform on a kind of stage, and the audience is not in a communal space, but is isolated in front of their screens. What is your experience with performing vis-a-vis this kind of blank faces of Zoom windows? And how do you perceive the audience reactions in your piece, Shamal and Lindy?
I can go, yeah. I guess with our piece, we were not, we weren't the performers. So we were watching the performance, almost like orchestrating it with the team. So we didn't, I guess, you know, have that, you know, feeling of like being a performer with no audience. But yeah, I think, yeah, I think what Isa was mentioning now, in terms of feedback, I mean, we still don't have like feedback, and you know, obviously it's something that we are going to, you know, be asking about, but like it's something that we haven't received. And even before this, I was thinking, okay, cool. So you know, we still don't actually.
Oops, now I think we lost the sound, which is one of the technical issues that we always encounter in meetings like that. Let's just hope that Lindy and Jamal will be back really soon. Maybe Malika, oh, are you back already? Can you?
I know what happened.
I'm not sure what happened there.
Okay. Continue, please.
Saying
same time with theatre performance.
Same time with theatre performance. Oh, so no, I was saying it was, for us, it was like, I guess it was an experiment. We've never done a theatre production, whether it's been live or not live. And the performance was created for the internet. You know, it was created to be like a sort of remote Zoom performance from the beginning. And I think the questions that we asked ourselves were what a performance can be like when it's online. And I think that drove a lot of, yeah, like our, like, you know, thinking and what we were, I guess, trying to discover through the performance. What else can I add? I think that question led to us thinking about like the internet, and the internet as like a context, and the thinking that a performance that happens on Zoom is or online, let me say rather, is very different to like a physical performance. And I think we then, yeah, we started to ask ourselves, or very interesting things came out of that. And I think, you know, when you look at like the internet, you know, this idea of the internet always being on or always being accessible, and something that came up with this idea of like the performance, and Lindy kind of mentioned it as well, like this idea of like a meta performance was also like an omnipresent performance, a performance that was like always on the go, even though there's like a designated like period where the performance actually happened. The performance was happening, you know, before especially. And this idea that the performance is omnipresent and it's like, it's going on, what's happening even in the background, yeah, is something that led us to considering the communications, you know, how we introduced the performance to audiences. You know, it's basically the process of like announcing the performance all the way through to promotions and ticketing and all of those things leading up to the actually designated performance, and thinking about that as part of the performance in itself. And I think the way that we went about the performance was considering it's almost like it becomes a medium. it becomes part of the medium. You know, it's one of the elements of the performance. And yeah, I think that was one big thing that was like quite interesting for us in this process and considering it in this way. Yeah, I don't know if you want to add.
I think where we did kind of get a sense of like the audience's reception to the piece was when the poll went up, where we had like the audience engagement, and then they could vote for which one of like the delegates they wanted to represent the Sex Congress, right? Because it was in the sort of like making of a political debate, but also just thinking about, you know, the sort of like ideas of the private and the public in relation to like theater and performance, and specifically to the internet as well. I think theater spaces tangibly, you know, like I was saying, it is a demarcated space that you go to go watch theater traditionally. And I think they traditionally have been a very sort of like the poetics of how the private and the public kind of intersect and rub off against each other and exist within each other, I think has always been that place where theater, you know, the magic of theater lies. Like I'm just thinking of like, you know, one of those like Arthur Miller's Death of a Salesman, which essentially set in the home, but on a stage, but also explores ideas that are related to the public, you know. And I think in the same way, the internet or the cyberspace realm and even Zoom functions in the same way, because your laptop could be, you know, a room of your own, but it exists within this network of community and other people. And I think also not having a sense of how the audience was engaging or receiving the work, specifically in relation to like the sort of like storytelling content of the sex work of the Sex Congress being rooted in the space of erotic labors in a really cool way. Now thinking about it retrospectively, I think also signals to how bodies are supposed to be private entities. You know, your body belongs to you, but at the same time, our bodies are still under surveillance through the states. You know, they have history inscribed on them. You know, so as much as the body belongs to you, it is also something that's used to organize us and to demarcate, you know, where people fit in. So that also like omnipresence of the audience representing that kind of like omnipresence of how politics actually also governs us as individuals, I think worked really cool as well, like thinking about it retrospectively.
Thank you so much, Lindy. Malika, you can look back on a whole range of different experiences in regards to allegedly being a Zoom performance and being a live performance, and also with Rest of the Struggle, which deals with, you have subscribers to the Telegram channel, you have participants in those Zoom workshops, etc. What can you tell us about the experience that you have made during your work on those different formats in regards the private and the public and the community building with the audiences? Because in Rest of the Struggle, there are always, like in the morning briefings, for instance, there are announcements that people are invited to share recordings or to send some voice messages or something like that. So there's a participatory or interactive element towards that. How did the audiences react to that, and what are your experiences that you can share with us?
I don't know where to start. I think generally it's work to get audiences to participate. To get audiences to participate, I feel it's very important to be able to look at them, to be able to look into their eyes. This is what actually, and here I'm starting with allegedly, because when allegedly was a lie, I don't know how to call it, physical piece, two-hander, it was an interactive piece where we used to continuously ask questions of audiences. We had given them yes and no cards in their hands, and they had to answer there and then. Either they say yes or they say no, and there were difficult questions around consent, etc. And a big question for us was, now that we can't look at our audience, how to get them to interact, what compels them to actually give an answer or give a shit, honestly. Yeah. Like how to take this and put it on a screen, how to make all of this happen on the screen. And this allegedly it got answered via two things. One is a poll that ran at various points in time for audiences at different junctures. They were answering questions throughout the piece, the results of which were shared back to them at the end of the piece. So we knew in numbers, actually, when you look at poll results, you know how many people have voted in total, how many have said yes, how many have said no. And in this, we were able to also bring some of our yes and no-ness of the live piece into the Zoom, but we had a feedback. And in allegedly, we also opened the chat box right at the end. And that used to always feel to us like our silent applause, because there used to always be comments, all sorts of things that people said. This was one sort of like a bridging of the audience, the public, and us. What was interesting is, and I mean, last year when the pandemic hit, all we had was, those of us who were lucky enough, all we had was our homes. Our homes turned into everything. They turned into a place where we were living, where we were doing our yoga, where we were working from. All we had was the confines of our home. And this space had to multitask now in so many different ways. This is not new to the context that I come from. We don't have availability of space. Our homes are often our rehearsal spaces. Our homes are often spaces that are multitasking, especially for those of us in the arts. So if you look at in Rest of the Struggle, if we look at Surabhi Theatre, which is a 135-year-old family theatre group, what is the difference between their living space and their performing space and their life and their art? There is no difference. You cannot draw lines in them. So already, I think in the context that we are coming from, these lines are blurred. Public and private, these lines are overlapping many, many times. I have, as an artist, have performed so many times in living rooms, in basements, in people's homes. So I think this adaptation was not so difficult for people back home, for us in India. And it happened across. The other reason it had to happen was enterprise. People had to work. There was no work. Now, what are you going to do if the theaters have shut down, if schools have shut down, you have nowhere to go. You can't go about, like, how are you going to make your money? How are you going to eat? You've got to work. So to some extent, I don't think there was much of a choice. If this is the room that you have, if the wall behind you is not painted, if it looks the way it does, if my room is a mess, then I welcome you into my mess, because that's what it is right now. It is all a mess, and so is my room, you know. And I think these are thumbprints of the times that we are in. To do intimate things while your family is in the other room right next happened in allegedly a lot. We have a chorus of 16 women performing from their different homes, many of them never having a conversation about sexual violence with their families, performing this piece in their room, and then going and sharing dinner at the dining table with their parents who also just watched the piece, and now there is an awkward silence. And these are interesting things that have been happening. Lots of overlaps.
Thanks a lot for sharing this interesting insights, Malika. One thing that struck me, and I would like to ask you whether this is sort of a specialty of online performances, is the question of seriality and cross-media approaches. I saw with Manila Zoo, this is the third part of a trilogy of Happy Land. Rest of the Struggle is called Chapter 1, Recover, so there are more chapters expected to be coming. And the Bubblegum Club does not only do theatrical performances, but is also like an authors collective and a magazine, and has many other media that you do work in and show your work in, and engage in discourse and community exchanges and stuff like that. Is this something that is very pertinent to online artistic practices, to work in like concepts of seriality? Because I'm thinking about the time that I think Isa mentioned, there's always this lapse, and maybe seriality is a means that you can work in the continuum and take care of this latency that a lot of the internet connections encounters or works with. So what do you think about cross-media approaches or seriality as part of your work? Is this something that's new or something that you continue to do for a long while already? Would like to start with that. Maybe we can start with the Bubblegum Club, and you give us an overview how much performance pertains to your work as the Bubblegum Club.
Yeah, sure. I guess that Bubblegum Club started online, and it's what I was saying earlier about the online space having its own infrastructures and its own rules that govern it. And I think from the very beginning there was that like acknowledgement that we're operating in a space that's different to physical space. And so for us, I think working in these ways, it's something that we've always done, and it's something that we'll continue to do. The internet, of course, is a space that like is constantly changing, and things are developing and shifting, especially with technology, with how fast it's accelerating. And like Malika was saying, with this idea of like the home space, and this idea of people being brought into the space, and if your space is messy, then that's a space. And in relation to what we're speaking about now, I thought that was interesting because yes, there's that, but also there's just in Zoom, as an example, there's like certain filters that you can use, and these filters, I guess, take the place of art direction. It's a different type of art direction, or stage design, or whatever you want to call it. But I think those tools, and I think we're only at the very beginning of having these online platforms, and then the tools available to like create experiences and build worlds. Essentially, we're at the beginning of that, but those tools, they exist, and they're there, and it's very interesting to like work with them, whether you're working with them in like a very sort of like DIY or lo-fi way. It's quite interesting. And I think that's always like informed our practice. It's like the conditions and what exists on the conditions and what we can do with these conditions. And a lot of that is informed, I guess, by like technology and the infrastructures that exist.
And also just to like, I think also when Jamal mentions like conditions, I think, the space of the surreal, but also the space of the internet, right? I think the internet very much like exists as a world, like in the tradition of like science fiction as well. So like, what do we have in our disposal to build this world and to make this world? But I think with the internet also, the world starts coming into its making when the practice starts happening, at the point of practice, at the point of the relationships that or the relationality that happens in the internet as well. And I think the space of the surreal is really dope, or just kind of like as a companion of the digital space that is both an extension of, but also separate from like our physical in real life world, you know, and there's, so glitch feminism has started using the term away from the keyboard rather than in real life, because I think that still shows how this like digital realm, when you leave, it still comes with you, and when you come to it, you bring the world with you to it as well. But also, yeah, the space of the surreal as a sort of like genre companion of the internet, I think offers a lot of potential. I think its attraction is in like the potential that it holds, you know, to exist outside of like binaries, and to exist outside of sort of like the legacies of history that we carry, but also to exist outside of like the restrictions of working in sort of like more sort of like formalized disciplines, you know, and there's a lot more play as well. In, I think, possibilities for play in the space of the internet, and play, I think, is also incredibly radical and can be incredibly critical as well, because it takes courage to play, right? To step outside of what is known, and to see how far you can stretch your body, how far you can stretch your world, how far you can stretch the possibilities. Yeah, so just in terms of like, yeah, the potential of the internet in how we work as a collective as well is just like very much in practice with like our methodology. And I think our methodology also is one that's always in the making, just as much as the internet is like an emergent space, but it's also a space that is constantly emerging, right? We have like seen countless internet cultures as decades have gone by, but even in like a week, like I think time also becomes very abstracted, or further abstracted, in the space of the digital. Yeah.
Thank you about your reflections on space and time. Malika, can you talk a little bit about the seriality of your work and what comes after chapter 1, and how do those time aspects that Lindy just referred to play a role in your working on different platforms and different time continua?
Well, our struggle with time is kind of quite literal, which is that we work in 2 different time zones. What it is now here, we have right now a 4.5 hour time difference. We are 4.5 hours ahead back home. So in a sense, what I'm realizing is that it's almost impossible to find commonality of time when working in a live sense in the digital space, right? When we are, and in this live sense, I mean that in a space in which we're saying, okay, we are all going to sit together and share time and deal with the glitches and the lags, etc. Actually, this is not possible, because time has moved much ahead in India. So the time of day is different. What is happening in bodies and minds is different. I mean, we're in a different world altogether. And this finding this commonality has been difficult. With rest of the struggle also very difficult. I mean, I think this was the biggest challenge for me, to be able to come up with a schedule that worked both for India and for Europe, because we were very certain that we had audiences in India for what we were doing, since all the artists are Indian, etc., etc. So the experience of the 2 weeks for people back home is very different than the experience of the 2 weeks for people here. The morning broadcast is arriving at 2 completely different mornings to people in these 2 time zones. So I think time is functioning in these ways, quite literal sort of ways, which also kind of like point towards larger sort of like differences between the global south and north, in a sense. Continuum. for me, I don't think it is necessarily a function of the digital. I think it's a function of just understanding what I'm doing. I'm a creature of content. I do many things in repetition. We have, I have this something with duration and long term, and I often ask myself why. I don't know, because sometimes it feels a bit like how much longer. We do this thing back home called Women Walk at Midnight, which is a midnight walk in the city for women, which has been kind of going on for about, I want to say 4 or 5 years now, starts and stops. Something like the pandemic wiped it out. It kind of paused it in a way that recovery from it is becoming very, very difficult. This could not go on the digital. So there are also, it's interesting to also see continuums, what kind of new continuums get set up and how older ones get fractured in times such as the ones we are occupying right now.
Thank you, Malika. Isa, the Manila Zoo is the third part of the Happyland trilogy. And so there is a kind of seriality in this putting out trilogy, but the other parts have been produced before the pandemic. So was there a kind of disruption, or do you see it more like a continuation and migrating into this online space? That's the one part. And as we are starting to talk more and more about time, in your space, it's already evening. We are here in Munich. We have noon, so there's a kind of time lapse between our two time zones. And in the performance of Manila Zoo, some of the performers are sitting in Brussels, if I remember correctly. So there's also this aspect that also the performers are not performing in the same time zone. And when the audience starts to interact with the performers on the side of the sound, we have kind of latency. So there were always some very brief disruptions, but some seconds of latency between the sound traveling from the performers to the auditorium, and from the auditorium back to the performers. Can you tell us a little bit about this continuation or disruption of the seriality, and how those different time frames and time concepts work out in your performance and in the production thereof?
So there's one performer in Brussels, but the rest is in the Philippines. And actually, the time aspect became a huge discussion at a certain point. Like the work in progress of Manila Zoo happened in Taipei, in Yokohama. So we're actually dealing with it almost the same time zone. And the labor of catering to a different circadian rhythm became very apparent when we were about to show the work in Europe. And we were like, we want, to compromise. We want to have like, ideally, like a 3 p.m. show in Europe, so that we will be performing at 9 p.m. in the Philippines, which is still, okay. So there was a huge discussion with the programmers about time, and they were saying that, yeah, but people are still doing errands or grocery shopping, and we're like, you're grocery shopping, so we have to perform at your convenient showtime, which is okay. I mean, this is a pandemic, we can adjust, right? But that wasn't the case. So it was a huge, basically the section on the Q&A became more like a call center script, because in a sense we are in the same time labor as call centers, and there's a huge call center industry in the Philippines, which most of the performers actually had work experience in. And so being upside down, and the violence of catering to another country's circadian rhythm, and basically invalidating your own, and in a way, programming yourself in a very machine-like way. So that was a crucial turn in our work, in the dramaturgy of how we. In the beginning, the Q&A was really to drive the point that it is a live stream performance and it's not recorded, because people think that it's there's an insect in my apartment. So where was I? What was I talking about? What was I talking about?
About the programming and catering to different time zones and how that affects your work?
The Q&A was
the Q&A. Yeah, the Q&A was developed to just what do you call this? So the audience realized that we're actually performing in real time, in the same time. Of course, it's lagged, but just the surreal idea that in the Philippines, these performers are performing in an empty room and it's being live streamed to a physical space, which is the theater space. So I hope that at some point the audience would realize how absurd the situation is, like performing for them, but in another physical space. And the fact that you're alone in your room and you're doing all this very intense physicality, and funneling it towards a singular point camera, whereas as live performers your skill is kind of 360, and with sensitivities, different what do you call this, porousness, and somehow here it's really translated into digital code. And so it's quite interesting. But I guess what we I would reiterate, what we lose in terms of presence with this work, we just gain in terms of scale. We're suddenly this huge cinematic figures. And you see everything. You see the sweat. You see we go really close to the screen. Something that would be violent if you perform live. I mean, you can't really just go close to your audience and drip, all these fluids that are coming out of your body because of the intensity of the labor. And then, of course, all the close-ups that the camera can afford is not something that is possible in a live staging. So in a way, there are other tools and skills and ways of doing things and perspectives that are opening up. And of course, you lose a lot of what a live body can give. But you can't ask a virtual body for a live, what do you call this, presence. I mean, this is something that annoys me when people ask about, is this the future of dance? I'm like, this is the now of performance. I mean, it is made because of the pandemic. I mean, when the pandemic finishes, maybe it would transform and develop into something else that is responding to that time. I think there's this of course urge for a live body, but you know, I think you lose what is being what is being created at the moment if you're constantly looking for this what used to be there, and then you miss all the amazing, like, wonderful, magical things that the artists have created during this time. And in terms of seriality, I don't know, 3 seems to be a good number. And yeah, somehow these 3 works happened in 7 years, and it kind of makes sense. Yeah, it somehow, in terms of investigating something, that 7 years is a good time to really dive deep into the subject in different ways.
Thank you.
Can I just add one
Sure,
little
sure,
about
go.
the time zone? I have had absolutely the same conversations with festivals where it takes a while for the penny to drop that your 7 o'clock is my 11:30, or 12:30 at night, and I cannot start a performance post midnight for several reasons, which is not just that it's midnight, but it's also that there are families, people are sleeping, like there's all sorts of things to be thought about, because now you are in the domestic space. So it did take a while, and therefore we were always in Europe time in a strange time, and in India time also in a slightly strange time. So in a way, we kind of like lost audiences both ways. But in adjusting to the time, and this is happening with rest of the struggle, and it happened with Allegedly also, we didn't find too much audiences all over the world. What happened is that we found audiences again and again and again back home. We used to have quite a lot of audience back home again and again, and it used to really start feeling like we have this tension right now of time and space, physically, where geography really, an unresolvable tension. The tension also spilled in language, because had it been left to us, we would perform in Hindi. We would not perform in English so many times. The reason some of these things were decided for the piece in the shows was because of the structure that was hosting it, but not because of who was sitting on the other side and listening to the conversation. And this was a strange, unresolvable tension that had occurred. What did happen finally, because we started doing it from the second wave, when India got this really horrendous second wave of COVID, is that then we started using the opportunity of the structure that we found ourselves in, and we started making fundraisers with ticket sales, because on Zoom also you have 500 devices that can log in. There are no 500 audiences ever. So we started putting a small amount of the tickets on sale for a smaller, and we started doing small fundraisers for different organizations, different people who were working during COVID, doing different things. So I think it's been an interesting sort of like tussle with structure sitting somewhere else. And I think what Isa has pointed out about time is one of those things, one of those tensions with institution that occurs in different ways when we are actually on physical tour also.
Thanks so much. I'm very glad that we start talking about this very complex politics of digital performances in many different regards. The one that Isa mentioned is this predominance of the visual in the digital, so that there's a lack of the other senses that you would have in a, let's call it physical performance that you mentioned, like the body fluids or smells or even touching another body or something like that, which would be possible in the physical performance space. But with the digital, you always sort of have to rely on the visual and auditory senses only as like the main channels of communication. And the other thing is what you mentioned, Malika, in regards to those transnational festivals, that there's also this power dynamic involved. And I'm wondering, how does this, let's call it a neoliberal, neocolonialism of Silicon Valley economy influence the performing arts when they migrate into the digital realm? How much are you concerned with the tools that you're using for your performances? And are there also like opportunities and chances for a kind of startup performative approach in regards to like the bigger companies that are usually touring on festivals? Do you see any positive coming out of this digital fundraising possibilities or stuff like that, that smaller groups can come to the foreground? Or Isa, you mentioned like being on the big screen and having like this Hollywood kind of frame all of a sudden. Do you see opportunities coming out of that, or is it mostly to have a critical look at this digital economy that's taking hold of the performing arts? What's your take on that, Lindy and Jamal?
It's an interesting question. Opportunities, or is it critical? I think, I mean, yeah, I think we need to be sort of like wary when the digital space and like the cybernetic space and online is framed as this like free space, you know, this like equal space that we can all access and move around freely. Just also going back to like, you know, how the politics of our like material and corporal existences follow us into the internet as well, you know, and as much as like I don't think like geopolitics necessarily comes into play, I think big tech are now sort of like the nation states that govern the cybernetic space and the digital space, and in a lot of ways that's also leaking into like politics that we live in our physical reality, you know. So that's a little bit like unsettling as well. But in a lot of ways, I think it kind of mirrors how we move through our corporal realities, where there's this like huge sort of like white capitalist supremacist like superstructure, and then people of the global majority who move through it. Like if you think of internet culture, a lot of what we think of as internet culture and internet creativity comes from like people who've been made marginal. It comes from Black people, it comes from Indigenous people, but it's held in this space that is owned, although not physically, but because of money, is owned by these big techs that exist predominantly in the global north, and then more specifically in America, you know? And just as white supremacy is like, and capitalism are facts of how we move through our everyday existences, they're facts of how we move through the internet. So I think it's also about like our capacity to imagine and recuperate and co-opt and subvert. So really, how do we take the space that we exist in, and how do we insert it with like a radical politic and a radical tradition that services us, right? And to think that it can be, I don't know, like words like decolonial now, I think if they're not applied as practice, have become empty words, because they've also been like co-opted and swallowed into this, like, you know, they kind of like are representation and diversity now. You know, it's like, how do you embody that work, and how do you embody that practice in a way that subverts these systems, or maybe even turns them on their head in a playful way, where maybe even like they don't even know that the joke is on them, you know? Like, how do we fabricate these other worlds and these other commons? How do we make maybe the internet a space of like fugitive studies and like trying to get freer and trying to subvert that world, and then through subverting that world, this world, you know? Because without the imagination of people who are of the global majority and who've been made marginal, it would just be this empty space, right? Like what would make the digital sphere? So I think there's potential, but I think it also depends on how we define potential. But I think also potential can be critical. I think it happens at the moment at that fabricated moment, you know, and to assume or to just claim that like we're going to use the internet to subvert, we're going to use the internet to do this, also cripples our imagination and also cripples like the possibilities that could come out of it. You know, like let's arrive at the moment, meet each other there, see what comes out, and also just continue. Like it then becomes also like an archive and a practice, and this always in the making space to meet each other and ourselves again differently, anew each time. Yeah.
Thank you. What do you, Isa and Malika, what do you take on? Are there possibilities in this digital realm? You mentioned the language factor. Is there a chance to have like internet performances, digital performances that can be broadcast globally in Hindi or in any other minority languages, indigenous languages, local languages? Because right now, most of the internet performances, digital performances, are being done in English mainly, since this is like the lingua franca of the Silicon Valley and of the world by that. Or are there counter practices that can be politicized, that deal with issues of censorship or empowerment on the other hand? Are there any chances that you can think of in the digital performance realm?
Yes. The reason they are happening in English is because of who is paying for them. If the person who's paying for them changes, the language changes. So we've done shows back home in Hindi. Yes. So, and lots of things happen back home in local. We have so many languages, but in so many languages. So I think communication is happening over the internet in many, 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 many ways. And this is not new. This has been happening for a very long time. Right now, there's a shift in how the internet is functioning. There's a shift in how everybody is looking at it and how people are now paying for it. And I think this is what is also shifting. Politics of language, politics of performance, politics of representation, and so on and so forth. I think there has been an opportunity. Had it not now, I keep thinking, had it not been for the digital space, what would we be doing as artists? If you can't gather, we like as I said, even we back home, our theaters haven't opened for so many. And in rest of the struggle, actually, this point is brought into sharp relief. There is 12 to 15 artists who are working in this project right now. There is those many people who have an opportunity to share something. They have an opportunity of employment. And there are so many more people who have an opportunity to engage with these practices, which otherwise they wouldn't have. So there is something very clearly an opportunity there. With the internet, I think what happens is that something starts, there is an opportunity. The window of that is very small before it gets corrupted and taken into something else. I think this happened with social media. It happened with, so many things. We see it again and again and again. And I think we might be almost at the end of this window. I hope not. But I think there is a very, very big concern of privacy back home, especially, and I don't think this is a global phenomenon. There is the internet is a violent place also, and we see that coming into play again and again and again and again. And the government is using what we do online to, back home, I can tell you case after case after case after case, people have the worst charges on them for something that they said on the internet. Not even something they did or something, just some words they typed on a keyboard, and then they have terrorism charges against them and whatnot. And I think what Lindy said about being cautious about the internet being a free, wonderful, welcoming haha space is a misgiving. It is a dangerous space. It is full of minefields. It's a can of worms, and it has to be dealt with a lot of care towards yourself and towards those who participate.
Thank you for the strong statement, Malika. Isa, would you like to add something? Because I saw you nodding several times.
I just agree with with what has been said before me. I do think it's quite violent, the internet, and it's definitely not a neutral space. Yeah, I myself am struggling with the internet in general, and also to find a practice that is offline, that is not meant to be broadcast. You know, this idea that it always has to be visible in a global platform. I think, yeah, it's an illusion in itself. So um, I'm in that space of yeah, reflection, and to actually, yeah, dwell in the place, like really situate um, my practice in where I am, because I've, prior to the pandemic, I've always been moving around, which is also the work that I'm concerned with, the migrant body, and in the way the practice is also always migrating. Um, and I feel like this pandemic for me gave me the chance to just stay in one place. And that is really um, yeah, it's important. I mean, I feel like the the problem is really rooted in the land. So now that you're staying in one place, then really be with the land. Um, and of course, the internet has certain possibilities, but yeah, I feel like it's too much on the on the digital realm, and less in the actual space. So I myself am struggling with this, how to really practice in where you are. Of course, the support is coming from internationally, so it's like, how can you not you know you know be dependent on institutions? I think that's a struggle.
Mhm. I think we need to come to a closing soon. So I haven't seen any questions in the questions and answer section. Jan, are there any questions from the auditorium in the festival center or on the mirror board? Okay, so this is the last chance for the audience to post comments or questions to the artists. It has been a very insightful and interesting discussion so far. Thank you so much. And I hope you have a nice evening, Isa, and a nice day here in Munich, Malika, and a nice day in Johannesburg, Jamal and Lindy. And I hope to talk to you all soon. There are possibilities to see, to listen to tune into the rest of the struggle today, this afternoon, this evening, and tomorrow. And thank you so much for your interesting contributions to our discussion and to our festival. And to the audience, have a nice afternoon or have a nice evening from wherever you have been joining us. Thank you so much. There's another discussion coming up in 20 minutes at 2. The next part of Together, How to Get Closer will start. And I hope we will gather soon sometime again. Thanks again so much. Bye.
Thank you so much,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Nice meeting everyone. Thank you. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Welcome everyone, and thank you for joining us for this afternoon. We are streaming. I am at the hotel room in Munich as a part of the joining the Spiel Art Festival this year. So I do apologize for the hotel art. We just have to bear with it for the next 3 hours. And I'm really looking forward to this afternoon as I am interviewing 3 persons whose work I deeply admire, and I'm a huge fan of you, Jeff, and then after I still have a pleasure to interview Daniel Blanga Gubbay from Kunst and Pastel des Arts in Brussels, and then after that Ron Berry from Fusebox Austin. So it's
much fun. You've got a fun afternoon ahead of you.
It's amazing. And for those of you who will be able to stay with us for the whole 3 hours, please do contact me, drop me a message. After that, you do get a prize for endurance. So why we wanted to do this is because we really wanted to talk about how festivals position themselves at the moment, working locally and internationally. And the reason why we are talking with you, Jeff, is because I really admire the way you find meaningful connections, ways to connect meaningfully to artists, to audiences, and the way you position the festival within the Asian Pacific region. And just to introduce a bit the festival and Jeff, you are a curator running a performance space production platform in the place that we still call Sydney in Australia, and you organize a festival called Liveworks that has just finished. You just had an edition, so I hope that you had a bit of holiday in between. Okay. And when I visited the festival, a few years back, I had really a very concrete sensation of coming into a community, coming into a space that unites people and creating a feeling of belonging. And you do this through centering and focusing feminist perspectives, queer perspectives, and indigenous perspectives throughout the Asian Pacific region. So it's not just like, let's all get together and make some performances. It's not like just, we're going to look at this geographic region, but it's connecting through issues and themes that are central to, that are urgent for all of us, questions of identity, questions of self-determination, questions of positioning ourselves within society, within the art field. So this really, you creates a feeling of belonging that is so present in the festival. And I would like to ask you maybe to just present a bit what you do so that we have like a context for the audience, and then we go a bit into the chat mode.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much for having me. It's so nice to see you. It's nice to be able to have these conversations via Zoom while we're still in Australia. Our borders still closed, and none of us have been able to travel internationally for nearly 2 years now. And we really miss having conversations like this with our international colleagues. So, this space is really, it's great to be able to get together. I'm the artistic director of an organisation called Performance Space in Sydney in Australia. Performance Space is nearly 40 years old, so it was founded in the early 1980s by a collective of artists who were really working at the experimental edge of performance, so from various disciplines and backgrounds, but with an interest in pushing the boundaries of form, finding new sort of experimental ways for art to meet its audience, but also, as you said, said, a commitment to exploring critical issues of the time and very much seeing sort of performance in all its forms as a way to enter a kind of social and political dialogue. So it's been great for me to sort of be the caretaker of this organization, because it's always had the mandate to do this, and that's taken lots of different forms over the course of its history. But it keeps evolving and adapting to sort of respond to the needs of the times or the urgencies of the times, I guess. I'll just share my screen and show you a little bit of our work. Where are we? So half of the work that we do actually happens through the year and takes the form of artist residencies. We invest a lot in the creative development of new work. We commission a lot of artists, and so we're sort of always working, as well as in this very presentational mode with our festival live works, we're always working alongside artists, sort of developing their process. So often we work with artists over several years before we present their work, or build those relationships over many different projects in an artist's career. So I think that's really part of the bedrock of this feeling of a sort of an artistic community that converges around performance space. And we also do sort of presentations. Traditionally, we've presented work all through the year, but since I've been the artistic director, we've focused most of our presentation energy into the LiveWorks Festival of Experimental Art, which is an annual festival that happens every October, which is springtime here in Sydney. We've just presented, this is the image from the last festival, which just finished on the 24th of October. It was our first ever all digital edition of the festival, because we've just come out of a 106-day lockdown here in Sydney, and physical gatherings weren't possible at this particular point in time. So it was it was a big experiment, even with the form of the festival, to take it on all online for the first, hopefully the last time. But having said that, we discovered a lot of really exciting things about sort of digital platforms for performance, and the kinds of interesting intimacy and togetherness across distance, and performances that can happen across very disparate geographies, which have been really interesting to discover, but very much out of necessity that turn arose. This is our home base, which is Carriageworks in Sydney. Carriageworks is a big industrial railway maintenance factory that's been turned into an art centre, and it houses about 4 theatre spaces, 3 gallery spaces, and a lot of industrial kind of public places. So it's a really great way to present lots of different kinds of work, from very tiny, intimate work to monumentally scaled kind of performance. And part of what the festival platform can do for us in a really amazing venue like this is really work across different kinds of scales, so that audiences come and experience multiple works in the course of an evening. A visit to the festival is a social thing. You kind of hang out at the bar. You might see a theatre work that runs for an hour, or an exhibition, but there will be a durational performance that's sort of going on for 5 hours. So it's really an invitation to come and dive in and see several things that you might not otherwise see in a different kind of format. And yeah, from the start of LiveWorks, we really wanted to conceive it as an Asia Pacific festival. Here in Australia, I think we're very much embedded in a post-colonial context, and despite the fact that we have one of the oldest living cultures in recorded history, our First Nations Indigenous communities, mainstream Australian culture is very white. I would say mainstream Australian culture has a bit of a problem with whiteness. So what you see represented in a lot of mainstream media, and indeed a lot of our arts institutions, really look to Europe and America as the sort of benchmarks of contemporary practice. But I guess, we're in this incredible region. We're, situated in Asia. There's been trade between Asia and Australia since before colonization. We're at the edge of the Pacific. there's and Australia itself is a very multicultural society. You know, we're highly Asian in our population, but it's not reflected back into the kind of culture, even at the experimental end. So we really wanted to situate LiveWorks, situate Australian practice in an Asia Pacific context, and really privilege kind of Asia Pacific and First Nations voices primarily in the work that we were commissioning and presenting. This is a work that we co-commissioned with the Esplanade in Singapore by Daniel Koch called G, which, you know, again, Daniel's an artist that we've worked with across several festivals and several different projects now. So the festival's growing to a point where a lot of these artists we introduce to our audiences for the first time, but often we invite artists back. Isa Huxon, who you've just had in Spiel Art, is another one who we've worked with over 3 festivals, and it sort of, you know, builds a conversation around their practice. But these are also, I guess, artists who have kind of, you know, critical takes on queerness, on gender and sexuality, and all of these different kinds of thematic areas where we've always had an interest in performance space. So it's about opening those out to First Nations and Asia Pacific and artists of color, you know, all sorts of different perspectives. And, you know, that queer side of what we do that you mentioned, queer and feminist practices, have been one of the bedrocks of performance space since the early 80s. And it's something that I've really tried to expand and amplify in my artistic directorship, and really looking at the different ways that queer work can meet an audience. This slide is from an ongoing project that we have called Day for Night, which is a kind of contemporary performance platform that turns into a big queer dance party that we run every year as a sort of different way of exploring how, I guess, audiences from different communities come to work, and the sort of the dissolution of the space between the audience and the performer, and these different heightened states that aren't just sort of passively sitting in a space experiencing a theatre show or an exhibition, although we do a lot of that as well. My slide presentation stuck. Oh, there we are. So yeah, we've been branching on the last couple of years out of necessity into sort of digital work, and that's really thrown up some interesting possibilities. This was a live performance on a beach that was live streamed via 2 drone cameras by an artist called Sue Healy. And recently, we've just started a platform called Knowledge of Wounds, curated by S.J. Norman from Australia and Joseph Pierce from Turtle Island, New York. And that's a platform for knowledge sharing between diverse First Nations communities around the world. So it's interesting to see these digital spaces and the technologies opening up these new possibilities that we actually might not have discovered had it not been for the pandemic, and being forced into this way of keeping connected and keeping in touch. So, you know, the kinds of work that can be co-performed from between different countries at the same time and speak to audiences from all over the world, and this work in connecting global First Nations communities is something that is really new to us, that we're really excited by. So yeah, those are the things that we've been thinking about with the festival, and you know, obviously this is a very strange and interesting time to be thinking about running an Asia Pacific festival or an international festival. But, you know, we're at this interesting threshold in Australia at the moment where, you know, we've taken a turn and gone sort of from totally in-person to hybrid digital and in-person to totally digital this year, and now coming back out again into sort of, you know, into live events being possible in Australia after a while of not being possible, and you know, things opening up and travel opening up again. You know, this is the next step for us, is seeing where it takes us, and the different kind of possibilities that are emerging now that we've had all this time to reflect on what we do and to try new things and to experiment with the form as well.
You mentioned the knowledge of wounds. Could you a little bit elaborate on the project? I'm very curious, how did it go?
Yeah, well, Knowledge of Wounds actually started at Performance Space New York in the US 2 years ago. And they were really interested in kind of at the kind of beginning of this conversation of engaging with First Nations practice in a context of Turtle Island in the States, but they invited S.J. Norman, who's a Wiradjuri artist who's based here in Sydney, to co-curate the platform. And it's really interesting. SJ is an artist who we've worked with a lot and has a body-centered practice and has been traveling a lot, you know, pre-pandemic, and making kind of connections and kinships with different like-minded, you know, largely kind of queer and gender diverse First Nation artists from different communities around the world, but, you know, people with interests in performance and experimental practices. And so Knowledge of Wounds was a sort of platform where they invited First Nations artists and thinkers and academics from all over the world to converge and have an in-person gathering to essentially to sort of share their work with each other and anybody who might come to that gathering in the spirit of right relations. So, you know, being a First Nations led platform, but open to audiences who are interested and sort of aligned, I guess, in their interests. Of course, sort of the pandemic then happened and the next step for Knowledge of Wounds was into a sort of online platform, but also into a year-round platform. And the consortium expanded out from Performance Space New York to the Piker and the Time-Based Art Festival in Portland, the Momentary in Arkansas, the Ballroom Martha, and us in Australia. So really a consortium of organizations from North America and Australia. And we essentially pulled together to fund this project for a year. And it's turned into a year-round series of online keynote lectures, workshops, and presentations between First Nations artists from around the world. And the interesting thing about this is, you know, a program like that where, you know, you have, you know, Sami artists talking to Turtle Island artists and Australian artists, you know, we wouldn't be able to run a program like that with that kind of regularity on the kind of resources that we have. And sort of moving into this digital space has enabled them to sort of create this community that has a touch point every couple of months where it's supported by 5 different organizations in different locations. And, you know, it's building this kind of extraordinary momentum where we just hosted a keynote lecture by Dr. Kim Tolbear and Daniel Browning in LiveWorks last month. And yeah, it's just been interesting to see it grow and interesting to see a community grow around that project, that it's almost becoming its own independent organization now. And it's kind of, I guess it's interesting for us as well, because we're not an Indigenous organization. I'm not an Indigenous artistic director, to think about how we intersect with those communities and how we create the right kind of platform. And more for me, it is about inviting guest curators or giving over the artistic leadership of the project to First Nations artists and curators, and basically inviting them to set the agenda for the conversation that they want to have. And that's a kind of a turn that we're taking in LiveWorks more broadly for a lot of kind of programs that we're running, is inviting guest curators directly from those communities in to construct the frameworks and to use the kind of structures that we've set up with the festival to advance whatever conversations that they need to have.
It's interesting you mentioned the co-curators or like co-ownership of the festival among different curators, because I am now in Spielart as a co-curator. And Sophie Becker, the artistic director, invited several people with very different backgrounds, very different fields of interest, expertise, to create projects and programs within the festival. And it beautifully creates this multiplicity of voices, multiplicity of approaches that really steps completely in a different direction from this model of this is my festival and this is the work that I like. That's
It's true. It's true.
and
And for us, it's been, for this festival that we've just had, it's been a way to stay connected to our the communities that we've been building in the Asia Pacific as well. Because, we're used to hosting a lot of artists in the festival, but also a lot of curators and colleagues. And, we've had you visit, but, our border's been closed for the last 2 years. And so one of the streams in the festival at the moment is Live Dreams, which is a platform for works in progress and a showcase of works in development or ideas in progress by artists from across the Asia Pacific. And we invited 5 guest curators from Japan, New Zealand, Australia, and Singapore this year, just to sort of stay connected to those kind of communities that have been really important to us, and also bring new voices in at a time where everything in Sydney was very focused on the local, which is it has its benefits too, but for us it's so critically important to be outward looking and to welcome other perspectives in, and so that's been a really important way for us to do that as well.
But do you feel that this is also out of the necessity that this model would be something to develop also in the future? Because what I'm seeing is that now that we travel less, and there are negative and positive aspects to it as well, that there is more and more colleagues who turn to practice of collaborating with artists, with curators in other regions, who are able to stay connected locally and kind of exchange information about what's going on. So there's also this like a bit of let's say like letting go of this idea of the authorship and more into the kind of co-curating and sharing responsibility towards artistic programming.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm kind of it feels like we're on the threshold of looking at what comes next after this 2 years of disruption, and I think we've had to stay connected by necessity in a way, and think differently about how we do what we do, because I think one of the other sort of revelations has been that a lot of this is structures that we built to sustain our festivals and our organizations actually weren't sustainable, or were built resource wise or energy wise, or or the way that we were caring or not caring for our artists and our audiences. And I think there's been this kind of reckoning about just doing things differently and doing things more slowly and mindfully, and I think that sort of collaboration, that sort of opening up of your process and inviting more people into it at that fundamental level of kind of curation and programming, has been a really important sort of is developing into a really important sort of tool, I think, as a curator.
How when for festival like yours, the community is so important, and the gathering feels such an important part of your practice. When you went all online this year, how did you deal with this issue or this
Yeah.
necessity of the festival?
Yeah, it was really interesting because we had no idea how that was going to go. And the decision to go digital happened very close to the festival, like about 8 weeks out, because, you know, we were waiting to see what happened with the lockdown and with the outbreak. And so we had this big question about, you know, the fundamental foundation of what we do is bringing people in to share a space together. And one of the really nice surprises of this digital festival is we felt the presence of the audience really, really tangibly. There were a lot of in conversation events and a lot of events that were discursive in some way. And we had this incredible participation and dialogue and this kind of back and forth of people participating in the discussion or sending us feedback, or we sort of heard from the audience a lot in an interesting way. And so it felt like a festival, and it felt like it had the kind of spirit of a kind of gathering that we usually kind of feel when we have an in-person audience. And that really surprised me in lots of ways, because the event ends and I'm here in my lounge room by myself, but the conversation did sort of manage to keep going. And it was sort of about I guess sort of at a very basic level, making sure that sort of the balance of the program was right and that there was space for an audience to participate. So a lot of the digital works happened. There was one by Natasha Tonti from Indonesia that happened over Zoom, and it was a midnight self-cannibalistic dinner party where you were drawn in a very specific way, sort of folded into the work. And some were more sort of direct sort of live streams that people just watched, but it was really about pushing the boundaries of how you generate sort of connection or intimacy. And I think one of the interesting things of digital spaces is actually you can be much more intimate than if you were part of a collective audience in a black box theatre space watching a performance, because like here I'm coming to you from my lounge room, and I love seeing people's like children running into the frame or their pets, or there's a much more personal aspect to this that I think some artists are starting to play with and to exploit, and I think it's really interesting. And also the kinds of talks that we had as well, where people were much more candid and much more honest. And I think, it's a function of everyone's a bit exhausted after the last couple of years, and just sort of speaking their mind much more openly, or this kind of conversation just about how we are at any given point in time has become, whereas sort of maybe before we were concerned about sort of appearing professional at all times or drawing certain boundaries around the performance. Now those sort of boundaries break down a little bit in the digital space. And I think the kinds of honesty and vulnerability and the kinds of disclosure that happens were really very special and felt very fragile and very precious. And I think coming out of this festival this year, this is one of the things that I'm really curious about, is actually where else can we push this sense of intimacy? And I was sort of reflecting on the festival as well, and just on sort of running a performance festival and thinking, well, in any sort of performance situation, you have these kind of agents, the body of the artist, the body of the audience, the sort of space that the performance takes place in, and the duration. And actually those factors are all still there when we produce work digitally as well. It's still an embodied experience of a kind. It's just sort of they're operating in different ways and you're tuning in via different media. And it was interesting, a few of the works or a few of the talks where and particularly I noticed with dance artists and people who work in choreography and are much more conscious of the body in their work, would suddenly invite you at home to get up and like move with them, or to touch your face, and just to do that over Zoom, and to be reminded that you have a body and brought back into your body is very powerful in this format that often we're just a talking head. And for me, it just opened up a lot of interesting possibilities that I feel like are very ripe to be kind of further explored.
Mm. Mm. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm really tired because I moved house, and these are all my moving boxes that you can see. But talking about, clearly, like, I felt so exhausted after the festival, but also really inspired. Like, kind of, I don't know. I think I'm looking forward to having a holiday, but I think sometimes, like, weathering a crisis brings up a lot of things that wouldn't happen otherwise. And if you can sort of hang in there, I feel like we'll be sort of unpacking this moment for the next few years. But yeah, I feel quite inspired, actually.
Mm. I feel today is a bit of, like during the festival, there's always like an energy drop day.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yes.
For me, today's
Oh, no. Even digitally, that happened. Actually, there was sort of,
really,
I think there's the high, when like when things are going well or something unexpected happens, and it's very invigorating, and then it's this huge outpouring of energy, and it's got to stop somewhere, right? Like it's just like an equation. There's got to be a moment where the energy just stops, because we only have so much as humans, but we tend to push it a lot in festival land. I'm sending you a hug.
But it's true that it's somehow, we also talked about it yesterday with some colleagues, is that I find that now that we meet so rarely, and it's also a decision and it's an effort to meet, whatever, is it online or is it live, if we're able to travel, and somehow this also creates a situation when like nobody wastes time on the meaningless conversations anymore.
Yeah.
Like each conversation that I'm having with artists, audiences, colleagues here at this festival, each one, goes deeper somehow. Even if it's like even 5 minutes talk at the festival center, it's and it's much more like, yeah, people just seem, because we're all bits in pieces.
Yeah.
So we also seem to be a bit more open and yeah, a bit less performative.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm curious about like how we hold on to that as inevitably, the world starts opening up again, and things accelerate again, and you can sort of feel it happening. How do we actually hold that space? And I mean, maybe it's one of the big opportunities that we have in the arts, actually, is that we're in the business of creating spaces that connect people, and creating spaces that are transformative, or to step out of the everyday. And maybe that's one of the legacies that we can keep, or the conversations that we can continue, because part of me is just terrified that we're going to go back to the way things were, and I don't think anybody wants to. It's sort of but capitalism has not crumbled. There's still going to be the same pressures, and maybe even more so. So how do we create a sort of a counter movement which holds on to some of this tenderness and this vulnerability, and this this different kind of regard for each other that you're talking about? I think I really feel that too, that that people really value those spaces coming into them again, and people are checking in with each other, and there's a different kind of energy around what we're doing. So I think, you know, it is one of the things that we can do as curators and as festival directors and as people who create spaces for art. And I really hope that we can find ways to hang on to that, even as, you know, things speed up again.
Yeah, I'm not so optimistic about that.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, if I'm honest, it's you know, I'm based in Milan, and this summer, when things are opened up, the rhythm just began to be completely unhuman, and the artists were put in a situation when you know, they had to catch up with everything that was postponed and cancelled before, and I just saw exhaustion and you know, this kind of running, and it was really yeah, this summer was quite intense in the part of the world where I was located.
Yeah, and in a way, like, we're looking to the future with because we're seeing, you know, festivals happen in Europe and venues reopening, and in a way here in Australia, where we're sort of a little bit further behind in that process, we're sort of very mindful of looking at what is happening in places that have opened up again. And yeah, I must say I'm sort of not super optimistic about it either, but you have to try, right? You've got to.
That's true. I wanted to ask another question of you from when you were doing the festival now, which is online, but you also mentioned that a big part of your work is residencies throughout the year, and supporting the processes rather than on the presentations as well. How do you deal with this now? How your production structure has changed? How do you support artists across borders?
Yeah, we switched to a model over the last couple of years where we gave out more. We still did some residencies, some that could happen digitally or could happen in a sort of physically distant setting, but we also gave out a lot of very small fellowships, so more sort of grants to artists to undertake research or development in their own space and time, whereas usually it would be about, you know, running a rehearsal room or a studio kind of type setting. So really sort of because the situation is also so uneven now, sort of what's possible in even one city in Australia is totally different to what's possible, you know, a couple of hours away. So, you know, as an organization that supports artists in lots of different cities in lots of different countries, how do we deal with that inequality? And so these kind of micro fellowships were really important for us, which were very small $5,000 grants to undertake research or creative development, but you know, under the conditions that you're able to. And then we would support financially and also with producing and curatorial support. And it was, again, a really important way for artists to continue their practice however they could. If they couldn't practice in the usual way, they could do a piece of research or try something digital or work in their living rooms, or, you know, or with their partner, or, you know, however the rules permitted. And for us, you know, it allowed us to keep both conversations with artists active through that creative development phase, but also kept us connected in a really important way. So that, you know, I'm not sure if we'll keep that program as the physical residencies become more possible, but it was definitely a really important thing. We've also been looking at opportunities that travel bubbles or travel corridors open up, and here in Australia, New Zealand is always the first country to open up to us, and it's really the gateway to the Pacific. So we've been really, taking advantage of that opportunity to explore Pacific kind of cultures, and we're running an artist lab for experimental Pacific artists from Australia and New Zealand that has started digitally, but will hopefully take place in person when travel between Australia and New Zealand becomes a lot more easy in the kind of next 6 months. So really leaning into where those opportunities are, maybe to make connections where we haven't had such strong connections before, that now there's an opportunity with how things are going, as the borders open up, to really strengthen or build new connections where, where it's sort of, we're excited to connect with artists and artists from different backgrounds as well.
Mm. I have two last questions with very short answers. So one is, if you have to say in 1 or 2 sentences, what has been an impact of your work over the years? What could it be?
Wow. I think deepening our connections across the Asia Pacific, I would say, and resituating where Australian practice, moving towards resituating how Australian practice is situated in a global kind of cultural context. I feel, maybe.
Okay.
I hope people had fun too. I hope that was an impact.
That's an important impact.
Yeah.
And second is, now that the borders are opening up, what is the first place you're going to travel to?
Ooh. I mean, I've got a list of 10 places. Yes, I want to go to Taiwan, which is my very favorite place to travel in the whole world, and there's an amazing art scene there. I want to go to New Zealand to keep this Pacific project alive. I also badly want to go to Austin, Texas to visit my good friend Ron Berry, who you're speaking to very, very shortly. I get me on a plane anywhere at the moment, I'd be so happy.
Okay, so hope to see you soon somewhere live. And thank you very, very much for this talk. Really enjoyed this.
Thank you for having me. It's been so nice to talk to you.
Good night. Hello, everyone. Hi, Daniel, and welcome to the second conversation about festival curation we are having this afternoon. It's amazingly inspiring for me to speak with colleagues whose work I deeply admire. And Daniel, I'm a huge fan of your work, and so I'm really looking forward to this conversation. Thank you for coming.
Me too. Thanks a lot, Eva, for inviting me. It's always so nice to have reflections about the practice, and also a huge fan of your work. So it's very inspiring.
So you are right now in Brussels, and I am in Munich, streaming directly from my hotel room with the hotel art on the back, and we are speaking about the positioning of the festivals at the moment, and how we find ways to connect. Daniel, you run Kunst and Festival des Arts in Brussels, co-run, co-curate, and the reason I wanted to speak with you is because in all these changes that has been happening during the past couple of years, I find that your practice really gives an example of resilience in a way for the festival, but also how you used this together with your colleagues, how you used this opportunity to rethink what the festival can be and how it can create meaningful connections to with the artists, with the audiences, and really rethought also the channels in which the festival communicates. And I remember last year when we had a conversation, you said that you not only that at the moment of crisis, you asked yourself a question, and please correct me if I misquote you, what is the core of your activity? What is the core of, what is the main value that the festival is creating? And you reposition the festival from a festival that presents the works into the festival that, or like recommunicated, let's say, the value of the festival as a platform for supporting artists and artistic processes. And as a part of this work, for Kunsten, you also created and produced the project which was called Diasporic Schools. And I would be very curious to hear more about this and what was the initial idea and how did it go?
Yeah. Thanks a lot for this introduction. And indeed, so I co-curate the Kunstfestival des Arts in Brussels with Dries Duiby, who is currently in Munich. When we started the festival in 2019, maybe I have to start from there, that was the first moment where we tried to raise the question about a possible shift between punctual project and practice. And mainly, the thing is that Kunstfestival des Arts historically has been created 25 years ago by Freelesen, with a strong commitment to not only presenting, but co-producing and giving the means to support the process of artistic creation. And this has been something that has been very strong for the festival, somehow written in its DNA, and something that we wanted to honor. How can we be always close to the moment of creation? And for us, at the moment we enter Kunstfestival, there was a bit the reflection about are the forms of artistic creation also evolving since like 25 years, and how to still be listening to what is emerging from the side of artistic creation. And the luxury position in which we are is also that we don't have one building to fill, but we can always start from conversation with artists to understand what kind of format can emerge from there and how to try to support this. And this is where we saw at this moment that there was a lot of interest from the side of artists in developing projects of experimental pedagogy. So there were a lot of artists busy with creating schools, creating fictional institutions and programs, and that they were reclaiming, and we wanted to reclaim with them these projects as artistic projects. So not simply, as very often it happens, to see this transmission of knowledge as workshops that are happening at the margin of the artistic creation, but just like to recenter as well that artistic creation can also be an enduring transmission of knowledge under an artistic format. And what is the potentiality that exists as well within artistic context, such as a festival, to experiment with forms of transmission of knowledge that are not possible in other contexts that are more academic, where knowledge has been more formatted, or at least in, let's say, in the context of Western modernity in which we operate, where a lot has been excluded from what is knowledge, everything that cannot be verbalized or can be quantified, and how artists were experimenting indeed, trying to expand how knowledge is produced and how knowledge circulates, and who has the right to produce knowledge. And this kind of political question was something we were particularly interested in. There were many artists working on this, such as Ahmed Ogut with his Silent University, trying to implement invisibilized knowledge from people with translocal background or migrants, to Tania Bruguera with her School of Integration. There were like several experiments that were happening at the time. So we decided somehow to make a kind of this platform a kind of free school, we namely, and to have a kind of part of the festival that was focused on experimental knowledge and artistic projects about. And our question was somehow, if we have to invent a new school today, what would be the different classes that would be part of this school? And then, as you are saying, after the first edition, we were very happy. So we were programming the second edition, then COVID arrived, and we had to cancel the festival, and so also to cancel the free school that was part of the festival. So the festival happens every year in May. So the first wave of the pandemic in spring 2020 arrived just some 1 month before the festival was opening. So we simply canceled, and then we tried to think not simply to postpone the festival, because it would have been impossible, and also somehow it felt a bit not the correct gesture at the moment, but more we wanted to integrate more a kind of reflection about what can be done that is meaningful in the current time that we are living. So we decided to commission new projects at the very beginning of the pandemic. So in the month of April 2020, we initiated a series of conversations with artists, on the one side for projects in public space, or projects that were more supposed for a kind of individual experience. I mean, back then, the whole notion about what would have been possible or not possible with COVID was still very vague, I have to say. But at the same time, we still wanted to raise this question about the transmission of knowledge and this notion of the free school within a festival. And the idea of producing new projects during the pandemic was exactly responding to what you were saying, in trying to raise the question, okay, how can a festival that has been as well constructed around its DNA of supporting artistic creation and producing, how can we focus independently on the difficulty of presenting today? How can we focus on the importance of presentation? And so that somehow, if we see the two elements, we can imagine that the festival is not only a moment of presentation through which it can produce something, but we can also reverse the thing and imagine that the festival is a producing entity that then has to find a way to share this with a broader audience. And even though it seems the same thing, shifting the perspective helps as well to understand what happens in moment when you cannot present, and how this moment of not presentation doesn't destroy somehow the work of the festival, but it becomes a way to reflect the other ways of presentation somehow. So that was somehow to respond to the question about this shifting the paradigm, not so much for us, but also to defend as well to the subsidies power, why festival still has to, why such an institution still has to be supported within the time of pandemic. Arriving to the question of the diasporic school, so we were coming from this experience of the free school, so reflecting together about how knowledge can be produced in a city like Brussels. And the first edition that we did before the pandemic was very much rooted in Brussels. Just maybe to give one example, we were working with an artist whose name is Gérald Courdian, who was interested in creating a school of science fiction for students in car mechanics. And Brussels had a very strong tradition of second-hand car industry that also produces different schools of car mechanics in Brussels, typically for students between 14 and 18 years old. And the idea was just like constructing with them a school about science fiction speculation, starting from the transformation of car. So how transforming car is not an illustration about the future, but is a way of thinking the future. So how to imagine the future starting from building shelter for a post-capitalist future. That was a bit the procedure. So all the different projects of the free school were addressing as well these different layers about what is knowledge, what are the ways of sharing knowledge, and who has the possibility to share knowledge, knowing that knowledge and power are so linked, and knowledge and empowerment. So we wanted to continue this direction in the free school, and we were living at the beginning of the pandemic. And back then there was this this whole reflection that was emerging about having to learn to communicate from a distance, or having to exchange knowledge from a distance, and imagining to do new things over Zoom, as we are having the conversation right now, and how we had to learn new practices. I mean, this was kind of discourse that was very present here, and it was the moment where we understood that it was interesting to counter as well this discourse, and to express how this was not a novelty at all for everybody, but somehow how for diasporic communities, the condition of living in a situation of impossibility of physical proximity was something that has been embedded in the relation for centuries, sometimes for millennia, sometimes for decades, that so many tools have been developed in the diaspora, from sending of letters to audio tape, to videotape, to communal gathering from a distance, and how to acknowledge this knowledge that is present there, and not to invisibilize it once again, with the idea of inventing simply something that was never there before. And so the question there was, how can we imagine to reframe the free school with a kind of diasporic school, which is reaching different artists who were busy in reflecting the political heritage and present relevance about diasporic communication, and how to commission artistic projects that would function on the one side as a way to connect people in the diaspora, in several diaspora, but at the same time as blueprint to imagine new ways for everybody to exchange not only knowledge, but also affect in the diaspora. Maybe I'm speaking a lot, I don't know if I have to go for...
No, to continue. It's
okay.
interesting what you're saying.
And so we started as well from Brussels. This was something that was important to look as well about the presence of diasporic communities in Brussels. And for example, Brussels has for colonial reason a very strong Central African and specifically Rwandan and Congolese community. It has also a very present Maghreb descent community. It has also a Palestinian community that lives in Brussels. So we were looking as well about the different communities that are living in Brussels, and we were having conversations with artists. Maybe just like to name some of these projects. For example, one project that we initiated a conversation with was with Sana Hijawi and Reem Shiller, who are two Palestinian artists living in Brussels. And with them, we were exploring a network that was existing in the past in the Palestinian diaspora, which is called Ramallah Club Network, which was a network of informal clubs in the US, South American Palestine. And we were starting from these anecdotes of at a certain moment in the 50s when after the Nakba and a big part of the Palestinian population is forced to leave, part of the population arrives in the United States, and with being afraid of losing the Palestinian identity within this big and strong identity that was the United States in the 50s. And so they start this Ramallah Club network, and then later in the year, they start a circulation of private videotape of private parties. So they were filming parties and the home parties, and the meaning was and exchanging this with Palestine. And the meaning was not to lose the knowledge about what is the right atmosphere that you have to keep in a Palestinian party. And somehow there was a whole reflection about how knowledge is not only what you can verbalize and quantify once again, but how atmosphere somehow is part as well of what can be shared from a distance as well. And so with them, we were recreating kind of radio program, a network in collaboration with the Palestinian radio, which is called Radio Al-Hara, and with an Arabic-speaking bookshop in Brussels, which is called Lagrange Point. So both for the local community, but also for an extended streaming online, a reflection about what cannot be measured as part of an identity and how to speak about things that cannot be named as well. Or in another case with Christian Nyempeta, he's an artist who's based in New York, and he grew up in Rwanda, and he was busy with a project which is called École du Soir, so an evening school, and the title comes from Usama Sembene, and is a reference to the idea that cinema, sometimes people refer to cinema as an evening school because it was a popular way of learning, and he was busy in constructing a network of people busy in rewriting the history of Rwanda and Central Africa from sources that are usually excluded by Western historiography. So marginalized sources such as songs, fragments of movies, poetry. So how to reconstruct history based only on this. And so he was doing this, which is an ongoing project. And for each of these projects, somehow we were addressing as well how each of these schools can be priority open for people who self-identify in the diasporic community that is somehow at the core of the project. So in the case of Christian Nyempeta, or people who self-identify in the Central African diaspora. And so we were working with local association or with what we were calling ambassadors. So association and initiatives in other cities of the world to reach also people, because it was the first time for us that the project was completely happening from a distance. So either online or via radio or via phone call for another project. And it was complex, but also very exciting in thinking about an audience of the festival that was not only based in Brussels, and how to reach and how to partner with other as an institution or association to create this. Maybe the third and last project that I wanted to mention is the project of Bushra Khalili, which is called an audio family album, which and we also have a visual of the website that was created by Bushra Khalili. It was also a project that was at the same time in a kind of historical investigation about the history of diasporic communities in Europe. And Bushra Khalili was doing a research about Al Asifa and a theater group that was of Maghreb descendant citizens in France in the 60s and 70s, who were doing theater project, but they also had a journal, and they were somehow campaigning for anti-integration policies of the French state and against the violence of integration in the way it was conceived. And in the so what they were doing, they were having a journal, and then they used to read the journal out loud in Arabic-speaking cafes in France in the 70s, and also suddenly at a certain moment also to record this in audio tapes that were circulating in the community for people who were illiterate and that did not have access to reading. And part of this archive was lost, and the project of Bushra was the idea of reaching the activists and artists today in Brussels coming from Maghreb descendant community, and trying to reconstruct the archive today with the same idea about what are the urgencies of political messages that have to be addressed and have to be rendered audible and within a kind of family, which is the community itself. And what was important for us in this project was not only what it produced in terms of constructing this with the different participants in the project, but was also the interesting reflection for me about how the transmission of knowledge is not only in the present, but also how to think transmission of knowledge in an intergenerational way, how to learn from strategies and political strategies of the past, and to see their relevance today as a way of addressing a political landscape that is different from the one of the 70s, but that still perpetuates certain political patterns. So, for example, in the case of Gubbay, it created a kind of audio archive that is potentially expanding right now in several other cities, and it is still accessible online. So each of these projects somehow were new creation during the first month of the pandemic, and we created this diasporic school for 1 month in the month of October 2020, trying to share this with a broad audience of the festival.
Thank you for sharing this. When you talk about the different kinds of knowledge and the different types of learning as well, what can you say as the festival? What have you learned? I know that there's a lot of things, but maybe if you could pinpoint some of them.
Yeah. So I would say that it was a very much learning experience for the festival itself, in the sense that it implied a different way of production, of communication, and a huge work in something that sometimes in institution is called audience development. So how to reach as well a new audience, which in this case was shifted somehow, because it was not about like an audience development, but how to create this project together with different possible audience in Brussels, but also in other cities. So I think that one element was a lot that changed a lot, specifically in the diasporic school, was a lot of research in finding other association and initiatives in other cities of the world, in Brazil, in Rwanda, in the United States, with which to open up the communication as well about the project. Another was one, for me, what stays also is a kind of more open question that is unsolved, I would say, also to share a bit the trouble. It's the question that we have sometimes is so we shift somehow from project to process while speaking about these projects of experimental pedagogy. But then what is the responsibility of the festival as initiating institution beyond the temporality of the festival? So what happened, for example, with the first time we did the École du Soir of Christian Yempeta, was that the participants wanted to go on beyond the temporality of the festival. The festival usually lasts 3 weeks, but somehow you create a kind of dynamic of mutual learning, and then at a certain moment it's difficult to say, okay, now it's over and the project is done, because somehow it becomes a space of horizontal sharing of knowledge as well. And so there was a kind of question, okay, what is the responsibility then for the festival in respect to a project that has been somehow initiated by the festival? And it is difficult to say, sorry, the festival is over. It's no longer our responsibility, because somehow there is a responsibility that is there. So the first year with École du Soir, we try to prolong this and just like to reach 2 editions and to see, okay, maybe we can imagine something that from one edition to the other can continue as a kind of continuity. But I would say that this is maybe the most also interesting question, but also complex one, also right now, while we are doing these kind of projects, about about time frame or about a kind of responsibility indeed to still nourish or to still support, mainly also financially as well, the project beyond. This was a very much kind of learning experience because it addressed the question of responsibility for me in a very interesting way, that you cannot initiate the project if you don't take care of what it demands from the inside as well.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, it's very true, because there's something about the festival that is devised as a, something that happens within a specific space and time over like a certain period.
Yeah.
And it also, because a short period of the festival also produces this intensity of like an immersive festival experience. However, when you initiate projects that engage in a meaningful way with the community, then you and the festival is over, there is a responsibility to somehow keep this connection.
Yeah.
And it's something that is difficult to solve, this tension between this kind of two necessities, right?
Yeah, that's why I was saying that it's a bit unsolved, because somehow there's something exactly in what you're describing, that the festival it enters somehow in the dynamic of the event, no? So this idea of eventhood, of something that is very intense and precise, and then somehow I have the impression sometimes we want to step out from solely be the event, and then okay, how can we shift from project to practices or to processes that actually that actually exist beyond the specificity of the event. So we try to indeed to play a bit with the frame, but we know as well that the frame exists, that somehow we are still a festival which has a specific temporality.
Mm.
So it's a lot of that's why I'm saying it's a kind of trouble, because it's something that plays with a kind of contradiction that is present there, and yet I think it's a meaningful contradiction. I mean, it's not because it's a contradiction that has to be solved somehow, but how can we still try to not to reduce the event to the event, but highlight how we do not want only to support the event, but we want to support a practice that will lead to the event, and that there's a part that will be invisible. That's a part that will be visible and outside the frame of the festival. There's a part that will be the festival itself, but that somehow not everything that is invisible somehow, doesn't have its right to be part of it.
When you think of the coming year, and how have you changed the practice of the festival, and what will remain, like what will because we all adapt due to a crisis, right, and find solutions due to a crisis, but then some of the solutions will go like, actually, oh wow, this actually works better. So in this sense, what do you think, what are the strategies, the methods, the ways of working that you would like to support also whatever happens next, that we obviously don't know?
Yes. So in full honesty, after the 2 years of pandemic, my initial desire was I just want to go back to do what we were doing before. But at the same time, but I know that it was only the initial desire, a bit of, okay, just let's have a bit of stability Because if I look deep down, I know that there were a lot of things that were done that it was changing parameters in a very beautiful way. And I have to say that I think that there are mainly, I mean, there's one main question that for me was very interesting, which is so the festival is a kind of festival that is really embedded in the city, and it's something that will always be somehow a very Brussels-based festival. But there was something very interesting in the expanded geography that the situation of the pandemic created, paradoxically, in several directions. On the one side, it was the first time that we could conceive projects whose main audience was not only located in Brussels. And this, also politically speaking, was super interesting to address as a kind of question: how can we do projects that are meaningful in Brussels, but that also people who are not living here, such it was, for example, the case of the diasporic school, that also in other continents, we can conceive as the main audience of the festival as well. And also in the complexity of traveling, there's a lot that has been imagined differently from what we were doing before, and also in a very sustainable way. So we managed to, if I think, for example, last year in May 2021, so was the second edition of the pandemic, still very complex one, but we had projects that were conceived and produced in a different way. We had a project with Lia Rodriguez, where instead of working with the dancer with whom she usually works, she decided to scout for Brazilian dancers who were based in Europe at the moment and who could not go back to Brazil, and just like to imagine to work from a distance in this way, in a project that was called Outrar, which means becoming the other, and it was a truly beautiful project to accompany as well, and that somehow it has its potentiality as well and its value. I mean, beside the artistic value that was extremely high for me, but also that it has its political value in thinking as well, a question of sustainability in doing production in our sector. But also, for example, we created way more, something that also we would like to keep for the future. How can we imagine projects that have two different ways of the experience if you are in Brussels, and if you're not in Brussels, or if you can simply not come to the theater for whatever reason. So with Adeline Rosenstein, we developed a project. She's a Brussels-based artist working a lot on the feminist struggle within political movements, and she created a series of radio broadcasting episodes that you could come to see in the theater. Somehow she has this practice of storytelling, but they were also thought to be simultaneously broadcast in a local radio in Brussels and online. So creating also several layers of accessibility of the project. And this is something that we are trying to, to keep as something that allowed to reach a lot of people who were not, who it's not simply that they could not be in Brussels because of the pandemic, but for several reasons, or simply that cannot come to the theater for several reasons as well, and while also living in Brussels. And it activated the reflection about this layered way of sharing the project, which is something that we would like to, that we are keeping present at the festival as a, let's say, not as something that has to format the festival, but that if there are projects for which this can be kind of meaningful experience, that we would love to, we are trying to make it present somehow.
Before we had a conversation with Jeff Kahn, and he was talking about the Life Works Festival that he's creating in Sydney. And for Life Works, the way he expresses the reason why the festival exists, or the mission is to work on the repositioning the festival towards the Asian Pacific region through creating connections by focusing on feminist and queer and especially First Nations perspectives. And it's the work, it's this kind of tiny, small work of not undoing, but being aware of the colonial history of the region. When you speak about Kunsten, and if I ask you what is the main reason why do you do what you do, what is the mission of the festival, how would you describe that?
So I would say it has two complementary somehow for me reasons somehow. On the one side, I mean, they are very complementary for me, very strongly united. The first one is why this festival is here. I'm very always attached to the history of institutions, and how do we never program completely in the void, but we are always also at the service of an institution and transporting it where we think it might go. But Kunsten was created in the 90s by bringing together two communities, the French-speaking and the Flemish community in Brussels, which had and still have a relatively segregated cultural life, where two separate circuits. So there was the idea of being one of the few somehow bi-communitarian institution in Brussels and in Belgium. And for us, this was a kind of still super relevant question in addressing also the question today, which is not the same of 20 years ago. In a city that evolved so much, and where speaking about two communities sounds reductive in the incredible complexity and demographic richness that exists in a city like Brussels today. And how to highlight this, that somehow when we speak about communities in the city, it's not only about reaching an audience, but also highlighting the cultural production that exists within the city, the institutions, the initiatives that emerge, and how a festival such as Kunsten, who also had an historical role in mapping as well different things that are happening in the city, or different institutions and partners in the city for a specific audience, how to raise continuously this question. I mean, what is part as well of, or how problematic is the limit that has been drawn in what is part of contemporary culture and what is not, in what is part of the network and what is not. So this question about reflecting about the porosity as well of the city as a kind of main goal of the festival, it's something that I still find it incredibly not urgent, but also, I mean, not relevant, but also urgent somehow within the current context in Brussels and the kind of current also political atmosphere in which we are, I would say, which is not forcibly better than years ago. And then there's the other element that somehow is not, which is still for me a very much kind of reason, and it's a lot about how to support artistic creation in an unformatted way, in the sense that the festival has this possibility of being a creation festival of starting from the dialogue with the artists and in supporting substantially artistic creation. And once again, in presenting as well formats that are more sometimes complex in a season of a theater that somehow very often functions as well in the logic of spaces, somehow of spaces that are available within a house of theater. And festivals very often, but you know also very well, have this incredible potentiality that it's way more complex, but also it's also a lot about scouting for spaces and possibilities that would allow the project to happen according to the desire of of the artists and not the other way around. And for me, this is something that also I feel like kind of mission, in the sense that it's the role of the festival to support this, specifically because it's something that it might be more complex in other kind of institutions. And I find it as a very crucial role, because somehow it allows artists to experiment with what is not yet there, with what is not domesticated, what is not formatted, and to still keeps the door open to let's think wild about what we want to do without knowing if this is even possible. And then once the project is there, we understand if this is possible or not and how to make it possible. But for me, this unconditional trust in the artist, not only in the content, which is a lot in the content, but also in extraordinary ways of thinking, it's something that I don't see it so much as a kind of a uniqueness of the format, but more as a almost like political reflection about how to not to simply adapt to formats that we know that can exist. So this is also, I mean, maybe I also replied about what passionates me about the work, which I don't know if it's the reason, but.
I have last question. If you think about the impact that your work has had over the past few years, can you pinpoint something? Can you say that, you know, I mean, not your work personally, but, you know, all the community of people who works with Constant together?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's a bit soon to do a bilan, but yeah, I think but it's something that is very much described as well in the history of this institution, trying to keep a kind of unconditional as well attention to the sector. But I think that we definitely we are also a generation, and I'm not speaking about myself only, but I think like our generation who more recently entered within institution, you are also like, for me, an example of this, of having as well a kind of very strong political responsibility about what is visible within a platform. How question of choices is never only a question of taste, or that somehow we decide to collectively as well. I'm speaking as well about being aware that there's no neutrality somehow, and that that the reproduction somehow of certain logic, it's a choice as well. That the reproduction of a certain unbalance of what we make visible on stage in terms of identities, in terms of kind of bodies, in terms of that all these things are cannot be reduced to it happened. It never happens somehow. It's always the result of choices that we do, and being aware of this responsibility and addressing it as a kind of that we are not only doing a festival in the present, but every time that we do a festival, we make something more or less visible for the future as well. And this, for me, it's something that that I think it's. I mean, since some years, luckily, it's very present in the discourse, and also in the reflections that Dries, myself, but the whole team we have about why do we present something, because it's full of beautiful projects in the world now. But what is important as well to show, without never instrumentalizing artistic creation to be at the service of a political discourse, but still, nevertheless, addressing the fact that choices are choices, and that they come with responsibility, I would say.
Thank you very much on this, on the word of responsibility. We're gonna finish with this
It
conversation.
sounds a bit categoric, but it's less than. Thanks so much.
But
it was beautiful to speak with you, as always.
Very enjoyable, and good travels. And
thanks a lot.
In summer. Bye.
Thanks.
So welcome back, everybody, to the last talk of this afternoon. We are talking with three festival curators about how the festival position themselves and create meaningful connections at the moment. After talking with Jeff Kahn and Daniel Blanga Gubbay, our last guest for today is Ron Berry, joining from Austin, Texas. Hi, Ron, and thank you for coming to this conversation.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me. Such a joy to see you and be here talking.
So I know Ron Berry for a few years now, and Ron, I'm a huge fan of your work. We met, I think, when I traveled to Austin for the Fusebox Festival that you are also organizing, creating, and honestly, Fusebox is one of my favorite festivals in the whole world, I have to say. And I know that it's a shared feeling amongst many colleagues because the way the balance between programming something that you come to, you manage to discover a lot of new things, a lot of also unexpected things, and the way, but also the way it really feels like a festival. And when I went to Austin, and that was my first time in Austin, I immediately felt somehow plugged into the city, into the different communities within the city through the festival that works like a channel, sort of like an interconnector. And that felt really meaningful to me to be part of this. So are you still with us, Ron? You look a bit frozen to me. Okay, so we finally have a technical problem. I'm happy that it happens because I was expecting this. So we're gonna stop for a second and wait for Ron to come back. Welcome back.
Hey, sorry, the power went out.
I was thinking, should I do like, this, how you call it? This thing when you try to, throw jokes when you're waiting for the performer to come.
Yeah, a little improvised, hey.
And let me tell you the story about my life.
Yeah. Oh, I want to see this.
No, but then I decided against it. So welcome back. I'm really happy you're back. And so I was like you disappeared as I was telling how much I loved Fusebox. And so you missed everything.
Perfect.
But I know that you've been also planning already for some years the festival, which is called Life in America. And this is what I would like to focus on within this conversation today. So maybe we could start with you a little bit telling how this idea was born and how it's been developing.
Yeah, totally. Thank you for having me, and it's nice to talk to you. So one thing about how we like to work or think about our work is approaching things from a place of not knowing. I think when we first started the festival, we had a budget of like $5,000, and we had no idea. We never produced a festival before. We literally had no idea what we were doing. And 18 years later, we do in some ways know what we're doing, but I think it's been helpful to kind of hang on to this sense of not knowing. It's allowed us to go into some other kinds of spaces. Maybe it's just a way of talking about how do you maintain your curiosity over time, or how do you keep a thing alive. But that's a thing that a value that we kind of cherish and hang on to. And so in terms of like not knowing, I think there is a feeling that like there's huge parts of my country that I have no idea what's happening there. What is life like there? What is happening culturally? I think there's also a lot of political discourse about red states and blue states, and urban versus rural. And so I think just that dynamic was interesting. I think there was also a lot of interest on our part, and with lots of my colleagues as well, and just in trying to interrogate the power structures of the field, and who has a seat at the table, and who are the people like myself that are the ones pointing at what we should be looking at, what is culture right now. And so I think we were interested in designing a project that allowed for some different people to have seats at the table curatorially. I think we were interested in a project that went to some different places in our country and looked at different kinds of cultural and artistic practices. And even just looking at like, what does that even mean? Like America, what the fuck is that even? Like, are we talking about North America? Are we talking about our territories? What do we mean by that? And so we liked that there was kind of a question in the title itself, like what are we actually talking about? So that's the way that it emerged. And we I should say that Cara Martinez is the director of Live in America, and she's really been leading this process. But we like the idea that every 3 years there would be an edition of this festival, and that it would happen in a different place. The first one is scheduled to happen in June. It was going to happen like right now, but we postponed it. And it's going to happen geographically in the middle of the country in Arkansas. And we spent about the past 3 or 4 years imagining this first iteration with people living in Arkansas. But we're also working with about 8 or 9 different communities from around the US and its territories. I can should I share screen for a moment? Let's see here. Oh, 1 second. Now that I lost power, I need to get back to it. Okay, 1 second. Let me see if this works better now. Okay, here we go. So these are the communities that we're working with. We're working with about 150 Native artists outside of Albuquerque, New Mexico. We're working in Detroit, El Paso, Juarez. We thought it'd be interesting to do a project that's living on the US-Mexico border in these 2 cities that straddle the border. Juarez is in Mexico, El Paso's in Texas. We didn't want to start in like our biggest cities in New York or LA or Chicago, but we were interested in some like mid-sized cities. And so we're working in Las Vegas and New Orleans and Detroit, which I referenced earlier. And like each of these cities have like really rich cultural, artistic histories and practices, and like kind of big personalities, and also really different from one another. There's Northwest Arkansas where it's happening, and then we thought it'd be interesting to work in one of our territories. We're working in San Juan, Puerto Rico, and then we're working in this tiny community in rural Alabama. Has a population of a couple thousand people. It's a tiny little town, in Alabama. And so that's what we've been working with. We basically contracted with people that live in each of these places, and they kind of become the folks, and each of them have deep connections with these places that they're living, and they've been working with artists in those communities to decide what will be in the festival. So it's kind of this decentralized curatorial process. It's still very considered. Everything that's in the festival is been very, very considered, but it's really coming out of these places that we're working with. So yeah, that's kind of the, that's it in a nutshell.
And could you say a few words or give some examples of the projects that you are thinking to present?
Yeah, so like, I mean, New Orleans is just like, it should be a national holiday. It has such a rich, there's so many rich cultural practices there, artistic practices. But like for us, for the festival, we're bringing up the Skull and Bones crew, who have kicked off Mardi Gras in New Orleans every year for the past 200 years. They're going to start early in the morning and walking around neighborhoods in their costumes and waking people up. We're bringing an entire front porch from New Orleans up to the festival. Porch culture is really prominent in New Orleans, and a lot of activities happen on porches. So we're bringing this entire porch up, which is also a musical instrument. It's been tuned as a musical instrument. So we're going to be doing all this programming on this porch, and then musicians are going to be playing on the porch and then using the porch as a musical instrument. We had been in conversation with this, I don't know if it's happening with the postponement, but we had been talking with this group of Black cowboys who do dances on the backs of horses as part of their practice. Bounce music really came out of New Orleans. So we're working with several different bounce artists. We've been talking with Big Frida, who's one of the legends, but also like this high school football coach who also does bounce and sort of teaches these bounce workshops. Let's see, what else? Those are some from New Orleans. Puerto Rico, we're working with this multi-generational, it's like a multi-generational queer cabaret. That's been something that's been interesting with almost all of the projects. There's a multi-generational component, and that was not something that was prescribed. That was just something that each of these communities independently wanted to do. So I don't know if it was just that's speaking to something in this particular moment, a certain kind of zeitgeist or something, but there was a specific interest in both kind of honoring these legacies and where we have come from, but also this sort of sharing of artistic practice across multiple generations. That's something that I think exists in every project, which is kind of interesting. There's out of Albuquerque, Albuquerque is home to one of, if not the biggest, Native American powwow in the U.S. And so it's a big part of the culture there. And our artists, facilitators, curators were interested in creating a queer powwow that's kind of centering Two-Spirit and trans and queer Native artists, which I don't know that anything like that exists currently. So that will be a big, large gathering as part of this.
Powwow is.
I
don't know what powwow is.
Yeah, it is a cultural gathering that different Native populations would host. It's ceremonial. It features a plurality of different artists, and there was an interest in, I think, from our folks in Albuquerque in sort of honoring and celebrating that tradition, but also queering it a bit. and looking at this thing that, you know, they felt like Western Christianity kind of ended up changing the way that being two-spirit was often viewed in relationships in a lot of these powwows. So it's kind of looking at that dynamic. Yeah, so those are some of the projects. Each day we'll kind of focus on one of these different 8 communities that we're working with.
From what you've been describing, I see a connection to the conversations that to the 2 other conversations I've been having this.
Oh, cool! Yeah,
and also to the context of Spiel Art Festival this year, because I think it's there is a very clear, let's say, a collective approach to work. So when the story starts, it starts with sort of calling up the names of, you know, people and the communities and the co-curators, especially with whom we are working together. So as Sophie Becker has invited me and other people as co-curators, you can see immediately how the festival becomes a multiplicity of voices instead of just a presentation of someone's particular taste, let's say.
Yeah.
And this really I feel is a practice that is becoming more and more adapted within the field. Also, as we are becoming aware that what we bring with us is our situated knowledge, and however hard we try to learn about other life experiences, it's
totally.
It always will be just a projection in a way. So, you know, bringing or working together with others creates also this feeling of a festival that is really truly connected to different contexts and comes from different contexts and comes from different ways of living life and different ways of different identities and different lineages in a way.
Yeah, this idea of plurality as being this kind of central ingredient in thinking about festival is something that's very important to me. It's really like, even from the early days of like Fusebox, like the way that we grew our festival was through partnership. And at first that was just a way to do some things that we couldn't do by ourselves because we were so small, but it quickly became like central to our understanding of festival making, the act of sitting across the table from other community members and talking about what would be interesting to do together. And sometimes that was us bringing a project to the table, but sometimes it was them bringing hey, we're really interested in this particular idea or this issue or this artist or this project. And so the festival became a way to connect and build community in this kind of organic way, but it was also this pluralistic approach to putting a festival on, which was to me very exciting.
We're gonna go back to your work with Fusebox Festival, but I just have a couple of questions of life in America.
Yeah, of course.
I remember when we first talked about this a few years ago, when you just had the idea. And honestly, it was also very beautiful in a way that like you immediately created conversation around the project without like even few years before you were sure that it would be happening actually. And I was we were talking about like this intention of creating this festival was also raising from a certain political moment in American history, and and this kind of desire to understand better the territory, understand better the different cultures that that inhabit it. And how do you feel how it's changing now? Is there a change? Do you feel there is a change? And what is the festival is trying to do in a way now?
Yeah, I mean, God, I feel like politically the landscape is just like so fucked up. Like it's hard for me to even think about it. I don't know. It's like so messed up and kind of chilling and frightening. But I do think there is a real interesting and exciting opportunity to just connect with some other people that live in another part of our country. I mean, I still feel like, you know, so much of, I mean, this process has been really educational for me just to, and again, I'm not leading this, I'm kind of just along for the ride and there to kind of help where I can. Kara's really leading this project, and then our different team members from these different communities. But you know, I really this is my job to run a festival that presents live performance, and like I just had like very little understanding of what was happening in so many of these other parts of our country. And so that part has just been exciting to just learn about it and learn about what life is like as an artist, as a human in some of these other places. That's been really interesting and meaningful. And what we've also tried to do is obviously think about this place where the festival is going to happen, but also think about each of the communities that the artists are coming from, and like how can we, if possible, support some of these communities that the artists are coming out of, so it's maybe less extractive in a way. But that's been interesting to think about. I don't know what that actually means or what form that will take. I think it might be different for each community, but we're trying to basically think about the festival not as this 10-day, 2-week thing that happens, but as this process and almost like network that extends well beyond those days. And how can we continue to create exchange between these 8 different communities that we're working with in ways that they have determined or defined themselves? We're like, hey, this would actually be, as an artist living in Albuquerque, it would be really interesting for me to learn about this other thing that's happening in Detroit or something like that. And so trying to build out some scaffolding so that these different communities can learn from each other, exchange in a way that's mutual, and grow, and then also highlight ways that they can get resources when when we can help steer some their way, or identify resources that they may not be aware of. I don't know. So I feel like nationally, it's such a shit show. In some ways, I don't know how to engage with it, but I know how to engage with people that are living in different places. And this project has been a way to do that. And so I guess that's felt meaningful and helpful in this moment. I don't know if that answers your question. But
No, but it does partly, but it raises another point that we've been also discussing with Daniel here earlier, when this tension between having festival as a format and then initiating a meaningful connection, and then go like, no, actually the festival is over, ciao. So how to work in a different way, and what is the responsibility of the festival in this type of exchange? And you mentioned that you've been thinking about this, and I wonder if you could share what if there are some ideas or some formats or some processes that you came up with that you would be developing.
Yeah, well, like I think part of it has to do with, I think part of what's exciting about a festival is the bringing together of these people in this moment to share and exchange and also just talk about life. I think we've wanted to, in some ways, one of the things that I think the pandemic has done for me, and probably for a lot of people, is kind of reorient us to time in a different way, or our relationship with time has been rearranged. To me, it's interesting to think about time as like a collaborator, as a sort of artistic collaborator, instead of this thing that we're trying to like race against or beat. And so thinking about the way that time works with a festival, and freeing ourselves from this very specific time frame and letting that expand a bit more has been really helpful. I think for us, it's been important to, if you open that time frame up a little bit, how can we continue to do this thing that we really love about festivals, which is about connecting people, sharing ideas and resources, and start to build out some other larger structures that allow for all these participants to continue to connect and share and exchange outside of the festival window. That's one of the areas that our thinking has gone. And honestly, that's come from the participants themselves. They were like, this is a thing that would be really interesting and meaningful and rich for us. And we were like, yeah, that makes sense. Let's see if we can build out some structures or some other mechanisms that just help support that. And in a way, it's not complicated. It's just kind of reorienting ourselves to time and providing a little more structure outside of the what is typically just the race towards building this festival and making the festival happen. It's like, no, actually our work maybe is, that is a real, and I don't want to, I love festivals. I love going to them. I still believe in them. It's not like I don't believe in festivals anymore. I really do. I love what they do. I think we're just interested in how can it be more meaningful for folks outside of that time frame. And then I think also, like, I live in Austin, and Austin has a bunch of festivals. It's a way that I think a lot of people here like to engage in culture, but it can sometimes feel like a festival kind of consumes a place, like it eats up a place. A lot of people come in, they see a bunch of art, and then they leave, and then like we're like kind of picking up the pieces afterwards or something. So I don't know. I think I'm just interested in how can we support the artists that we're working with in a richer, more meaningful way that is sustaining and feeds them, fuels them. But then also, how can we think about a festival and its relationship to place, and how can it live in more meaningful relationship with place, also outside of the festival window. And so that's, for us, that's led to projects around affordable housing and community health, and some food projects. And that's been great. What's also just been nice, because that's connected us to other people in our city that we wouldn't ordinarily ever be in conversation with or relationship with. It gets a little tricky, and it can get complicated, and we're like, oh my God, it feels like we're in over our head. But I should say, like, we're not trying to be experts in any of those things. We're not trying to suddenly be developers or builders or things like that. I think what we can do is create a space for different kinds of people to come together and think about things in different ways. and perhaps it's kind of novel, like perhaps these groups of people wouldn't ordinarily be in a room together like this. And so that allows, one gets a little bit of attention, and it allows for some different kinds of things to happen or possibilities to emerge. And so that's something that I think festivals are good at. It's something that we've been interested in exploring too. So I guess those two, I guess I've been interested in time, our relationship with time and how we can work with it differently. And then how we think about this group of artists that we're working with and how we can serve them and help them in different ways. And then think about this place that the festival is happening in and how we can live in a more meaningful relationship with that place.
Can we talk a bit about Fusebox? Because maybe you could say a bit about this festival that you've been running now for.
Yeah, this will be our 18th year.
18th year, yeah.
Yeah, which is crazy. Yeah, we were, like I said, we were started by artists, myself being one of them, in 2005. We had a teeny budget. We had no idea really that we would do it twice, much less 18 times. Our background was largely in theater, but we were really interested in where theater met these other art forms and having this conversation across different art forms. And then we were just like, we liked living in Austin, but we were hungry to meet other artists living in other parts of the world. And so we started this festival. And so I guess in those early days, it was in many ways about this exchange of ideas across art forms and across geography. And then we grew the festival largely, as I was saying earlier, largely through community partnerships. And that was a way just to do some things that we couldn't do by ourselves. But then it over time became part of our artistic process, how we thought about putting on a festival through collaboration, through partnership, to get at this plurality. And now the festival takes place in about 20 different locations around the city. It's roughly 1/3 local, 1/3 national, 1/3 international, although none of those are set in stone. It's just we're kind of interested in that exchange. About 8 years ago, we launched this initiative called Free Range Art, which made the whole festival free to attend. I think we were just interested in like, okay, what does that do? Like, what if we take this like basic thing about a festival? Well, like, how do you go to a festival? You buy a ticket or you buy a pass. And like, what if we just like did away with it? And like, what does that do? So we set it up as a three-year experiment. And after 3 years, we'd seen like a big increase in new festival goers. On average, people were seeing like 2 to 3 times the amount of things. So people were not just seeing 1 or 2 things, they were seeing like 6 things. So people were like really into it. And I think we were just maybe more philosophically interested in creating a different kind of dynamic with our audience that was more relational and less transactional. But I don't know, that's hard to kind of quantify sometimes, but it's a feeling that you get. And so after 3 years, we're like, hey, we really like this. And so we've continued. Now we're at a kind of a weird place where everything's pretty much full. And so we're needing to fold in some bigger venues and bigger sites so that we can keep inviting new people in. But that's been fun and it's kind of interesting. I think people have different ideas about free and what that connotates and what that means. And I think for us, it was an opportunity to talk about the economics of this work. And like, I think when we were charging tickets, people felt like they were paying for it when they paid for their $15, $20 for a ticket, and it wasn't even beginning to pay for it. And so we felt like in a way by switching our financial model, we could like, hey, look, this is what it means. We think these artists are amazing, and we think everyone should have access to them. It's also not free to present this work, and we prioritize paying these artists. And how do we, as a community, want to pay for it? So anyway, it just kind of opened up that conversation in a way that we thought was interesting. But I think there's interesting conversations about free that. Like what does it, I think for some people it connotates as not as good, or it devalues it or something. And like, I don't know, I think sometimes maybe that is the case. I think it helped for us that we already had been doing our thing for several years, and we had a sort of identity, and people kind of knew what we did. So I think that helped, but I don't know. I think for us, it was just kind of an interesting experiment, and it kind of worked for us. Yeah, that's what we're doing. It happens in April every year. Everyone should just come over. We'll have a giant banquet of margaritas and tacos awaiting you.
I remember I came to First Box when you just started with this experiment of the free.
Oh yeah.
And there is a fear in the field that if you make a festival free, people would just like book and then not show up. And I remember being incredibly impressed by the responsibility of the audience, who I think that it was like quite a big percent of like most of the spectators, if they couldn't come, they really informed the festival so that you could release the tickets back. So this kind of relationship with the audience that you have established, that really carried also their share of responsibility over, creating the space and kind of co-running this experiment together with you and the festival.
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah, we spent a lot of time thinking about that, and yeah, free reservations are tricky because people, I think, often just think about them at like. I think a lot of times when people make a free reservation, they're thinking about it as an option. I might want to do this, so I'm going to go ahead and book it. But what we were really needing was a commitment. We're like, if you're going to make a reservation, we need you to show up. So we created this campaign called Respect the Reservation, and we had like a whole logo around it. And basically, if you made a reservation of something and then you flaked out, you got one warning. We would like send you a very nice email, like, sorry, we missed you. Here's the other things that you have reservations for. Let us know if you're not going to make it. And if you did it again, then we would cancel all of your reservations and you lose your ability to make advance reservations for that year. You could still show up at the door and try and get in. But so people took it very seriously. And to your point, I think they kind of liked being let in on that. Hey, we're part of this thing. We're part of this experiment. And we're also part of this community. And we get that like maybe some other people would want to see this. We're not going to go. So people would take it very seriously for the most part. But we had a pretty good success rate.
And then it also changes the whole dynamic of welcoming the audience in the space, right? When instead of welcoming them as suspects, like, have you paid your tickets?
Yeah. Great. Yeah, totally. So I don't know. I have no idea how it would work in other places. It's worked for us, but I think it came out of a particular relationship that we had with our audiences, and then some real clear communication around what was expected and how that worked. I think for us, it was interesting to think about some kind of mechanism that still didn't involve money. It wasn't about money, but that instilled a sense of value or commitment or something that they needed to take seriously.
Another thing that I noticed in the festival is how you work on hospitality. and also how, like what you mentioned before, there was this that you did a project around affordable housing and or food. And being located at the moment in Munich, I think like affordable housing is like a huge issue here.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking how the festivals that sort of make sense to me really gather around issues that feel somehow urgent, feel important, and try to make sense of them together in the audience. At the same time, valorizing the type of knowledge that the festival creates, right? Which comes from artistic practice, which comes from different knowledge that might be not so valued in let's say mainstream discourse when we are talking about especially Western societies. But how like when you gather around these issues, how do you do this? Like, do you why and what is like, how do you connect to them in a meaningful way, and how do you gather people around them?
Yeah, well, with the housing project, I mean, it had also it was multiple years and hundreds of meetings with community members. It was a lot of work and slow work and work that had to be done over time. It wasn't like, hey, let's do this project about affordable housing. Like, it was, no, you got to like be in it, and you got to show up over time if you're interested in, like, I don't know, actually doing something around that particular issue. I also didn't want to I didn't want to like force our festival artists into this particular project or this conversation. Like, I want them to do their thing, which I also really value and love dearly. I guess I just feel like it was interesting to have this perhaps longer term work around housing in a festival that also had other kinds of conversations that you were saying that have a different kind of knowledge or intelligence or expertise about them. And to me, that was interesting, having those things next to each other. But with the housing project, I mean, look, in East Austin, where our office is headquartered and where a lot of our venues are located, I mean, is one of the fastest gentrifying areas in the whole country. It was brutal in terms of the eradication of culture and the displacement of people that had been there for years. And so we just felt like we can't ignore that this is like happening right in front of us. And we had an opportunity to help be a part of a planning and imagining process for a future development. And we wanted to ensure that the people living around it, which were largely lower income, people of color, communities of color, that they were the ones that were identifying the priorities for the future of that site. What's going to happen on this site? And that took a long time to sort of build up trust. And like, it was fraught, and like, I would get yelled at, and maybe rightfully so. Like, it was fraught, but it was also kind of wonderful. And it was wonderful in, over time, the people that I got to know and connect with and think with and eat food with. Like, that was really cool. And we used the festival as a moment to sort of model a lot of the ideas that had emerged from this process. And we built a kind of pop-up village and then invited the neighborhood and the city out to experience it. Hey, this is what's come up so far. Here are some of the ideas. Here are some of the priorities that are becoming very clear. What do you think? What have we not thought of? And then we turned that information over to some master planners who built a master plan for the site. And out of that, like, there were like hundreds of units of deeply affordable housing that came out of that, some new trailways for kids to get to school. So there were these like tangible things that came out of that. I'm not someone that feels like in order for art to have value or meaning, there has to be this tangible outcome like that. Like, I don't believe that at all. But I do feel like our role as an organization that is based in this place that was situated in a particular neighborhood where all of this was happening around us, that it did feel important to step into that conversation and try and do what I think we can do well, which is to create a space for, okay, in this case, the developers and different members of the community and the city to come together and perhaps create a different way of thinking about something together. In many ways, we were just helping to convene or think creatively about something. But, you know, at the end of the day, we're not developers, we're not housing people or any of those things. But it just felt important as an organization to I don't know, step into these waters and be part of that conversation. Does that make sense?
It does completely. This brings to my last question, and as you said, you just said this that you don't believe that for art to exist, it should bring this kind of tangible results.
It certainly doesn't have to, I don't think.
Absolutely agree on that. But if you think of your work in Austin over the last 16 years, and if I would ask you in few sentences to sort of pinpoint what has been the main impact of the cultural project that you're leading, of the whole collective that you're working with, right? Not only your personal work. What could be the answer? How you could describe this?
I think it's a great question. I don't, I'm not sure I have a definitive answer for you, but I think
it's too early to have definitive answer.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, my God. Yeah, geez. I think one sort of thread that runs through most of our work is I think we're interested in kind of sparking or poking at or unearthing a sense of possibility. And I think this is true of many of our projects. There's a spark, I haven't thought about this in that way, or it challenges a way that you think about something. And we try and do that in lots of different ways. We try and make it really approachable. We try and create a very personable, tangible relationship between our audiences and the things that we're sharing. So it's not this thing there's not this wall between you and this thing that you can appreciate, but it's not really about you. I think we wanted to create this very porous, open exchange that you can feel part of. And within that, there's hopefully often a sense of possibility. And that can lead to all kinds of things. But I think that's true with the housing project and the community health projects as well, that like there was a way that like these things typically would get done. And in Austin, we were very familiar with what that looked like. And I think we were interested in like fucking with that a little bit and like imagining a different way that could play out. And we'll see, like with that, I mean, we'll see over time, like maybe it's another 10, 20 years before we really know if that was successful or not. But I think it was, to me, interesting in suggesting there's some other possibilities around this and the way that we do this. And so, I don't know, that's a thing that I think about a lot, and that is a kind of current or thread through a lot of what we're doing.
Thank you very much, and thank you for bringing a feeling of this sense of possibility, which is something that I feel like, coming from a personal experience, at least I needed a lot to practice this. Yes. and thank you talking about your work. It was super inspiring as always talking to you.
Oh, well, thank you so much. It's such a thrill to talk with you and see you. And yeah, look forward to seeing you in person, hopefully sooner rather than later.
Talk to you soon.
Okay, bye.
Welcome, everyone. It's good to have everyone join us today. We are in a panel titled Moving Without Bodies. So this conversation is part of the Spielart Theatre Festival's Digital Discourse Programme. My name is Rusara Sithal. I'm the Artistic Director of the National Arts Festival in South Africa, and I'm moderating this conversation. I'm joined by 4 very interesting guests who I will introduce in a bit more detail as we go. But for now, we have Sylvia Botrioli, Chris Nelson, Mwenia Kabwe, and Lindiwe Machikiza, who are sitting with me here today in our panel. So this talk is around concepts and ideas which travel. And I think as the conversation progresses, we may pull some other concepts and ideas and travel off with them. And the second part of the conversation maybe move into this kind of more meandering space. For now, I think in the first part, we'll start by just hearing from each of our guests. Each of them come today with a particular project that speaks to this theme. And so in the first part, I thought maybe it's good just to be in a listening mode and kind of hear what the projects are and some of the ideas behind them, the key questions and what's transpired. And then we move into a more conversational mode. So we don't have an active chat function for this for audience for this webinar. There is a Q&A button at the bottom, which I'm sure everyone's familiar with. So if you have questions for any of our panelists or more general questions, just pose them at any point through this conversation. And as we get later on, I'll start to pull them out and we can start to engage with them. So let me start then with each of our guests. And Sylvia Botrioli, let me just tell you a little bit more about her. So Sylvia is an independent curator, a researcher, an organizer, and an educator in the field of performing arts. She's interested in the intersections between theoretical research, curatorial practices and education, and in the politics of performativity and spectatorship. She was the artistic director of Das Theater in Amsterdam and of Santa Cargelo Festival. She's curated the program, the May event for Kunsten Festival des Arts in Brussels and Vooruit in Ghent. And she co-curated various artistic, discursive and educational platforms, collaborating among others with Homo Novus Festival in Riga and School of Visual Theatre in Jerusalem. Since 2011, she's been teaching methodology, critique and research in the arts at Bocconi University in Milan. And since 2019, she's co-curating together with Ki Hong Lo and a new performative platform for free space in Hong Kong. So Sylvia, I know you're bringing today a project called For the Time Being, which you call prototyping for the future of live performance. You've also called it a queering platform. So for those who are not aware of the project, could you just introduce us to it a bit, what it was, and perhaps some of your main questions or what some main aims were with that project?
Yeah, this is hello and hello everybody. Yeah, this is actually the project that we are co-curating with Ki Hong Lo and with the 3 associated artists who are Silvia Calderoni, Isa Jackson, and Go Myung Young at West Kowloon, so at Free Space in West Kowloon in Hong Kong. And For the Time Being is the title. It's a kind of, as you might imagine, a kind of temporary title, or a title that we decided to give to the program we are curating this year, which is supposed to be the program leading us to start what was called, or what we called among ourselves, a platform. So might be a festival, or more likely a slightly different form of a gathering that is supposed to start next year in Hong Kong. I'm saying is supposed just because, as we know, I mean, many issues are still very present that make mobility extremely difficult, especially in that region. And the naming of queering platform is more of a working concept or a kind of a self-provocation or a form of questioning ourselves that Ki Hong and I decided to use as really as a working terminology. Meaning that the aim is to create not only a program, but more of a way of working, and a way of working with artists and with artists from different continents, and with local audiences, with local citizens and passengers of Hong Kong, in ways that can queer, so that can maybe bend or steer or stretch usual ways of curating, moving towards less hierarchical forms of collaboration between curators and artists, and more of a sharing, of a shared agency towards the project, which is, I mean, I guess it's kinds of questions that many of us are occupied with in this moment, and that in the particular context of free space in Hong Kong are also very much related to what it means to curate programs within a very large artistic institution. And for me personally, also what it means to work in a cultural and geographical context that is not my context and that I'm not so familiar with, which is also why we invited artists to work with us who come from different, so two of them come, let's say, from a similar, from the region, let's say, I mean, in a broad sense, so from the Philippines and from South Korea, and then and the other one also comes from Italy, like me. For the time being is a set of projects of, some of them are projects made, are new productions by Hong Kong-based artists that Free Space is supporting and producing, and others are projects by international artists whom we invited to reproduce or to rethink their work for it to happen in Hong Kong without them traveling to Hong Kong, which in a way put us in a interestingly difficult position, also because we decided we did not want to work digitally, but we wanted for the audience to have a live experience. And that created an interesting position indeed, which is the one of becoming very dependent on relationships and collaboration, and focusing a lot on connection and transmission. So basically we are working with local artists and sometimes with other kind of local experts, because some of the projects also require other angles in order for the artists from abroad, from outside of Hong Kong, to understand the context. Just last week we met with a fortune teller in Hong Kong, because one of the projects is about is a project by artist Francesca Grilli, and it's about kids reading the palms of the audience, which of course also raises many questions in this moment. But so it was very important for the artists to get a sense of what is the relationship of Hong Kong people with fortune telling, and how are normally palm being read in that context. But also very often it's about finding artistic collaborations. So in a way also asking the artists to share the authorship of their work with local artists who will activate the relationship, and in the end who will perform or meet the audience depending on the formats of the work. So this is basically what we are doing with this program, which is for us also a trial, an attempt of what this kind of platform. At the moment, we have lots of questions. I don't think we will use the queering as a term in the title, but we are also questioning platform very much. But anyway, so it should lead into this something that hopefully will also emerge from the experience of this year of programming in this way.
Thank you, Sylvia. I just want to say we have lost Moenia, but I think we're going to get her back, so that's good. She's on her way. But Chris, I think one of the last things Sylvia said was that this is a kind of trial, and I know with your project, concept touring, I think it was perhaps a similar approach. It was really trying something new. So concept touring, I understand, is a commission-based program, and now it's some part of it has run. I think you've done the call and the residencies has run over the last few months. Can you tell us a bit about the intention that you had with designing this and what you were kind of working towards?
Yes, absolutely. Thanks, Rosa. So I'm Chris Nelson. I'm artistic director of LIFT, the London International Festival of Theatre. We're a biennial that happens across London in unconventional spaces and in some of the city's most well-loved venues. Part of the thing that inspired us to do a concept touring, the call out, was partly the cancellation of our 2020 festival. We were in the first round of European festivals that canceled entirely. We launched in the beginning of March. We canceled 20 days later. And so there was that. There was the fact that alongside our launch, we were meant to be hosting artists that we're working on a commission with, the Nest Collective from Nairobi, and they were meant to come to London to shoot a series of films, and then from London fly to Cape Town and do another series of films on a project called The Feminine and the Foreign. And at the time, the virus wasn't present in East Africa at all. And the Nest said, we're not coming. Like, we're not coming to London. It seems crazy over there. And already we had already had many conversations about the racism and terribleness of the UK Home Office when anyone tries to get a visa from the global south, especially from Africa. So it was just like, it was very clear. They didn't want to come to London. They didn't want to come and expose their friends and family to what could happen with coronavirus. And then of course we all knew that was, remember that period of time where people still thought it might be temporary. We were hoping all that it was temporary. And I was definitely hoping that it was going to be temporary, as we all were. So there was a bit of that. And then in November with the Nest, we shot the films with remote filmmaking process where we hired cinematographers here in London and in Cape Town to be their cameras on the ground. And it wasn't that, I mean, it felt like we were doing something revolutionary and so exciting because it was in the middle of the pandemic. It wasn't, I mean, it was and it wasn't, because those technologies and those practices existed and have existed for years in visual art and in film and in the performing arts. So I guess it was something around that, and it pulled together a conversation I'd had with a Canadian artist called Darren O'Donnell and his company Mammalian Diving Reflex, who has for many, many years worked long-term with young people on projects where, you know, their sort of signature project is a project where they teach young kids about contemporary aesthetics. They take over a salon and cut adults' hair. And rather than, when that show first was born and got exciting for people, rather than taking the kids on the plane, which would have been really exciting, they instead figured out the model that they would work with a certain group of students in a part of the city that is economically diverse, that is culturally diverse, where the children don't have access to, or aren't like in a million piano lessons and theater classes, but don't necessarily have regular access to formal contemporary art. Anyway, all of those ingredients, they figured out how to make that the Tech Rider and how do they make that the project that would tour. And that birth of the concept touring is not at all different from what Sylvia's described. It's very similar, except that what we did was, and in fact, Ki Hong, who worked with Sylvia, is one of our mentors on the project. But how it sort of all came together was that plus this trend that we've been seeing in 21st century contemporary theater in the West anyway, that thing of the performance that comes to your town and it needs a local choir, or it needs a group of elderly people to make it happen, or you need to hire a local performer to be on stage with the touring performer, all of those things, those attempts that festivals in the North have been trying to make in order to localize work, make it more important for where it is locally, it seemed to fall under this idea of concept touring, that could encompass and envelop all of these things. And when we launched the call out in March 21, we had over 300 applicants from 45 different countries. The projects that were selected were 15 artists working on 9 different projects, and they were primarily from the global North. But everywhere from Vancouver to London to Bristol to Johannesburg and Milano and. Anyway, over 2 months, they received a small amount of cash. They received regular mentorship, either in subgroups with the whole group to talk about concept touring or one-on-one with the mentors. And their only task was to take their idea, which was either an existing idea or a new idea, and get it to the next phase. So that next phase could be a prototype, it could be a demonstration, it could be ready for production, it could be ready for a funding application or ready for a pitch. But the only thing they had to do was be able to take their process from this over the 2 months to something where they could go, okay, now I finished this concept touring thing and I know what I can do next. We've got an incredible amount of attention from it, as have other initiatives that were born at this time. Like, we launched around the same time as the Showing Without Going initiative from Théâtre Vidi and Ant Hampton, which is a kind of a very beautiful, incredible, comprehensive atlas of all the things that have been, all of this kind of way around international collaboration with little to no travel. And the next stage for us is that we'll take 2 of these, I've spoken at a lot of these kinds of events because people are really curious about the methodology that we might have, or the kind of, could you pass on the PDF so we can do it too, kind of thing. And we're developing all of that information because we want to share the practices that we're learning and the kinds of our approaches. We'll take 2 of those projects into our festival in 22, some of them, which is in June and July, and some of them will take more time to gestate. But already the kinds of things I'm thinking of are like Sylvia, are the changes that it makes to our practice as presenters and as festival makers in terms of labor, effort, the kinds of relationships we need to have with our local artists and local participants, the kinds of skills our producers need, interesting questions around authorship, around how to work with participants, and knowing that it's not quite a solution. Or it is a solution to the carbon footprint, perhaps, but it's not necessarily a solution in terms of the kind of effort or time it might take to land a project well in a different environment. Sometimes it might be easier to put them on a plane, but it's, for us, it's a chance for us to prototype and develop new ways of working internationally, and add that to also bringing artists from abroad to be seen on London stages. There's a key tension in there for us as an international festival that's deeply local. There's a key tension for us as a cutting edge. LIFT has always been a cutting edge festival since its birth 40 years ago. And more being international the way we were in the 80s and 90s and even the last decade has to absolutely change. So there's a tension there. And there's a tension, there was that wonderful debate among artists around, it's really easy to kind of model this kind of practice when you can take a train and be in another country very easily in 2 hours. And like, it's very easy in Europe. It's not that easy in North America. It's not at all possible in South America or in Africa. So the kind of conversation between, maybe we talk a bit about it later, but there was a very notable conversation between artists, Jerome Bell, the French choreographer, and Lazaro Gabino Rodriguez, the Mexican theater maker, who said, I need to travel to Europe in order to pay for my company's activities for the year. And you can't deny me that ability or that right, or that you can't deny me my mobility. So all of those tensions exist in what we're modeling, and we're really aware of that. And it's really important that we bring that into how we create the projects, and then also how we share what our practices are as they emerge.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, I think this tension that you say around mobility and is quite pertinent, and I relate to it, particularly in, there's so many nuances when we're looking at that question globally. So thanks for that. I think, yeah, in terms of Sylvia and your projects, this kind of insistence on international and local is a clear commonality, and I think so. Mwenya, it's good to have you back. Sorry, we lost you for a bit. Chris was just sharing with us a bit about concept touring, and Chris, I'm sorry I had forgotten to read out your bio, but thank you for introducing yourself briefly. I think there's also, I mean, of course, there's parallels with Lindy and Wenya's project. Lindy and Wenya are both co-curators on project Priority Male, and maybe I will stick to the way that I incidentally moved into it. If you could both briefly introduce yourselves, I think you'd probably do it much more eloquently than I would if I read it. But yeah, this what you shared, Chris, about concept touring, this kind of working with a methodology or creating methodology, and also being moved to think about this by questions of mobility and migrancy and migrant issues connects very clearly, I think, to priority male. So I don't know if Wenya or Lindy or both of you at different points, would you share a bit about kind of bring us into the light with what that project was?
Wenya, do you want to go first?
I will. I feel a bit like I'm jumping in midstream here. Sorry to have stepped out and stepped back in. We lost power and the internet failed, so I needed to reboot. So I'm sorry that I've missed part of the conversation already. So yeah, I'll start and Lindy just jump in whenever. So Priority Male was a project that Lindy and I co-curated and was hosted by the National Theatre of Brittany in Rennes, France, for the Africa 2020 festival that did not in fact take place in 2020 and took place a few months ago, earlier this year. And the decision was made to have to create a digital festival platform. And Lindy and I came together and decided that what we wanted to do was really focus on a process-based collaborative exchange, and to really work against the kind of content-driven ways and means of doing festival work that we were seeing, like just a massive abundance of in response to COVID, obviously. And we also knew that we wanted to work with women across Anglophone and Francophone Africa. So we designed a residency, a month-long residency that was designed around the creating and sharing of analog packages made up of artistic prompts. So each artist in the residency got to make a package and receive a package from another artist. So that was the kind of main, our time to the residency was really structured around this sharing and receiving. And we had alongside that were a series of Zoom meetings, Zoom gatherings really, and a WhatsApp group that became a way to create a kind of shared residency diary. And then we had a digital archivist who selected and curated extracts of all of this material from our Zoom meetings together, from our extracts from our WhatsApp chat, images, small video, audio, and a series of texts. And it's this documentation and residue that was made available to the public. But otherwise, we really tried to stick to the idea of having a deeply process-based, exchange-oriented residency that was quite intimate. Yeah, Lindy, is there anything you want to add?
Yeah, a couple of things. One is that I think it was very much influenced by a quite loose collective of women theatre makers, curators, academics, organizers in the arts who monthly gather for these sessions under the name Pan-Galactic Women's Joy Collective. And this originally was something that happened often in Wenya's house once a month, and whoever was in Joburg would gather. So quite nice when people are in town to drop in. And then, of course, with COVID became a completely digital-based thing. But the advantage of that was that suddenly all these members of the collective that were all over the world could join. And often in these sessions, we explore a task. Sometimes whoever's leading the session, that changes, but there's often like a central question or a central theme. Other times it's just about working on one person's particular professional issue. And so it's like a kind of collaborative brainstorming. And this was influential to the project because, as Wenya said, it was less about what could we make together and more about where are you at right now? What are you thinking about? Are you between projects? Okay, what are the kinds of issues that are coming up between those projects? What are some of the practical considerations in your life? What is the status of the COVID, level of COVID panic where you are, and how does it affect? And all these kind of really human issues of care, a lot of mothers in the group. So a lot of kind of exchange of comparing contexts and things like that. And so even with that focus, we found that it was quite rich professionally. You know, it's like gone on to seed more collaborations, but it was such a refreshing space of debrief and in between and kind of reflection. That was the one thing I wanted to say. And the other thing I wanted to add was that at the time that we were meant to execute this project, there was a sense already that Europe was starting to open, that France was starting to open, and that people were really wanting us to join. So on the one hand, there was this kind of, come on, let's organize, get the visa, bring you over. And on the other hand, there was like, but what would we come to be presenting? You know, we've like designed this very intimate space and fought for it to be quite private and not flashy. So it was an interesting negotiation where we were also on the south side of things, heading into a much more intense COVID environment and couldn't even imagine traveling in much of the same way that you were talking about the Nest Collective, but as sort of at a different phase in this pandemic life.
Can I also add something? I don't know if we're at this level of detail yet, so just stop me if we're not. But one of the other things that we knew we did not want to do was to participate in the kind of paradigm that is automatically set up when the funds are coming from the global north and the artists are coming from the global south. And that kind of dynamic, you know, like there's a dynamic that you're kind of in already. So part of really insisting on a process-based, intimate, quite private residency was to disrupt something about that dynamic. You know, the other thing we decided to do was have a really small group of artists so that everyone could be paid really well. As opposed, you know, we had our initial, you know, our dream list had about 20 people in it. And we were like, yes, one day we will play with 20 of our favorite people in this way. But in order for this to make sense to everyone, we're going to limit the numbers very specifically so that everyone feels well looked after. But you know, the questions of migration also, Chris, you just picked up, you know, when I came back in, you were saying something about that from your side. It was really interesting to have the packages, the sending and receiving of the packages really kind of mirror and reflect much of the way that, you know, our bodies are enabled and disabled to move, you know, from between the countries that we were sending and receiving from. So our conversations became really rich anyway, but particularly around reflecting on whose package got through, you know, customs easily, and, you know, which packages got opened and searched and things removed and repackaged and withheld at the border. Or sent back. I mean, I'm sitting with, this is what I was sent here behind me, and I have a package that was returned to me from Germany. for reasons that are, not explained. But the project became a really interesting way to have those kinds of conversations as well.
I think these and I think as Lindy and Winnie have been doing, just kind of you jump in, and Chris and Sylvia as well. These kind of surprise or incidental discoveries that one comes across in processes that are defined or that are planned, I think can be so rich, actually. So I thought that's quite a special detail of how, what we experience with our bodies, you ends up kind of being mirrored through these objects. I wanted to, so Mwanya, you sent me a document that is, I think it's something of a kind of reflection or post-priority mail reflection, and there's a little passage in there that you wrote that really struck me, and I want to just read it, and because there's something. Anyway, let me read it and then go from there. So you've said, this is your text. We said about creating a group, and then you explain the details of that group, and then you carry on. What resulted was an incredibly rich process of collective learning, thinking, questioning, reflecting our individual and our shared artistic heritage in a way that far eclipsed tightly defined notions of the artist's statement. What has been celebrated here is what the migrant artist is thinking, feeling, confronting between projects, between meetings, between destinations, and between responsibilities. And then you go on or in the text it goes on to kind of speak towards this like what this collaborative process has done, and this kind of idea of like, it's really like a radical collaboration. And I wonder if, and I think Sylvia, you spoke a bit about this as well at some point. This, was there an intention to kind of question this idea of this autonomy and to kind of work towards creating this group or this collective, and maybe disrupting this idea of the individual authorship when you constructed Priority Mail? Or is this something that you kind of ended up with and now we sit with? So that was to Mwanya or Lindy, but Sylvia also, I think, or Mwanya, did you want to go ahead?
Go for it, Lindy. Go.
No,
I'll come in after you.
I think you maybe understood the question better than I did. I was actually going to ask for like a clarification, but if you understood it, I'll riff off whatever you're going to say.
Well, I'll throw something in. I mean, it's a really interesting question, actually, because because we were not setting out to create anything, we were not setting out to author a project or to have a kind of to have a thing made at the end that had names attached to it, that we were not trying to do authoring. What we were trying to do was create space to come together in to kind of take advantage of what was enabled by COVID, to take advantage of the fact that we would not be able to easily do anything together without physically being in the same place outside of this time. So I guess the idea of authoring wasn't one that featured purposefully. It didn't feature, but somehow as a result of sharing the prompts, and we call them prompts, so each package looked completely different. But the idea was that if there is a project that is enabled at some point in the future as a result of this coming together, that is then authored or made, created, experimented with, then great. But it wasn't something that was core to how we were coming together initially. I mean, we've dreamt about like Priority Mail version 2, which is take the prompts, be inspired, and come back together and show and share kind of thing. But if I understood your question correctly, in terms of authorship, it wasn't at the heart of this round of Priority Mail. Did I understand your question correctly?
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's for me, it's this, I think what I see particularly in Priority Mail and in For the Time Being is this attentiveness to collaborative process. And so it's a kind of a question of you know, as the project goes and in your reflection, what comes out of that in terms of how we think about yes, authorship, but also kind of autonomy in this artistic, when we're doing process work or when we're collaborating. I know, Sylvia, for the time being, if I'm correct, you didn't, or there was between you and Ki Hong, there was a choice to not work with projects that were not collaborative. If I'm right, is that correct?
Yeah, in some ways, in the sense of, yeah, I think there was from our side a choice for now to, I mean, maybe to acknowledge that how concepts, ideas, and works travel is not smooth, as we also just saw, no, in this example, what Chris mentioned about mobility and inequalities related to it, and maybe, I mean, we should go back to that perhaps, and also not examples of their packages and what happens to these objects at the borders and stuff. And I think we were also interested in that, in the sense of not pretending or not feeding the narrative that we can travel the concept of a performance and some other artists can perform it or can actualize it, but rather really think of projects where a process of transmission would be necessary in order to land on a particular local context that we want to engage. So what we are doing is trying to be specific to Hong Kong, which is also, as we know, a very complex place for many reasons. And so that the projects that would require, and that this is happening in very diverse ways, but really require a process of transmission where also the artists that we are talking to and that we are working with are in different ways perhaps, but are open to open up their own way of working to others, and in a way to accept that they also will lose control on what is actually happening. This is something that for me is intriguing somehow, because especially artists working with live arts are normally present when their work is presented, and production and the moments of now spectatorship are very connected. And now, of course, it's also a lot of based on trust with the artists, trust in us and in the local partners, because in a way they have to let go their work, yet in ways that, the way how it lands, the ways how it lands is not very predictable. And I think it's hard to imagine for some artists who are really not familiar with the context of Hong Kong. And it's also very difficult for me to imagine how the work would ripple into a certain cultural and social context. And I think we are very much interested in these frictions also, because in the politicality of that, way more than just thinking, yes, we can tour ideas, and which is maybe something that other artists, especially from Global North, are a bit thinking of. Yes, I can rehearse from a distance and just transmit something, which is maybe true in some contexts, but less interesting for us, I would say. And then, as it often happens, some of the artists that we are working with also came up with really beautiful ideas and proposals of works that even push this idea way further. So one of the projects, for example, initiated by Silvia Calderoni, is called So It Is. And it's actually a project that will land in Hong Kong at some point in the end, but it started in Rome. It's now moving to Sao Paulo in Brazil, and later to Istanbul, working with one particular artist in one particular community and city. And in a way, Silvia as an artist is just addressing an invitation to another artist to produce a poster with their body, with their naked, but in a way reworked in post-production body, so naked and imagined body. So to produce one poster that will be put into, will be in the public space of the city, which is something that comes from a whole discourse and practice that Sylvia has on bodies and, in a way, queer bodies and identities and necessary freedom of reimagining oneself and being able to also expose imagined versions of the self. Which is, to me, an interesting dynamics, because it's in a way contradicting a bit the idea that the projects would happen in Hong Kong, and it's creating this very punctual and punctive form, if this makes sense in English, geography, connecting particular cities via particular bodies and particular artists. But it's also a matter of an artist becoming a facilitator or an initiator of a process where she doesn't need to have any kind of control in terms of aesthetics or artistic choices that are made, but she aims to facilitate this process somehow for other artists as well, and on the base of very affective relationships. So there is also something, I guess, in her proposal that, I don't know, that I feel maybe, speaks to or relates to the kind of intimacy that you were also describing about Priority Mail.
Thank you. There's, in this working between, let's say, as you say, transmitting work or finding ways to have international artists work in local context, there really is this kind of, I said collaboration early, but it's also a kind of interdependence then, and between the international artist and the local artist or context or group. And I think there's something. I think there's something political in almost like a political assertion in kind of recognizing this interdependence and engaging with it or working with it. I know, Chris, you I think in your call, if I read it correctly, there's a you in some way you call for solidarity, or you say that the project is like an assertion of a global solidarity. I might have misread that or read that somewhere else. Is there, I think you spoke a little bit about where the project came from when you introduced it. Is this, did you, I suppose, how have you asserted, or how have you thought about now this notion of a kind of worldwide solidarity, and what is that around?
It's a great question. It makes me think of picking up from something I think Sylvia is pointing to in terms of transmission and authorship. That there's a kind of hierarchy in the field around author, like who has the idea and who makes it happen, or who does it. There's a hierarchy in those verbs somehow, and imagining everything from like the vagaries of the contemporary performing arts market, as far as that goes so far, or these days, everything from that to the interest that an artist might have in embodying an idea that comes from someone that they've never met, or that comes from away, or the kind of like what is it interesting? Is it an exciting place to put, for an artist to put their energy and to put their time and to put their own craft? So in terms of, when I think about that tension, in terms of your question, Rusera, around solidarity, I guess it makes me think about how it'll be that any of this kind of transmission will be successful when it matters, when it really matters to the artist to be to be engaged in this kind of project, or where you could say to a group of participants, this is an idea that comes from another country. You might not meet that, you might only meet that person who had this idea over Zoom, but this is what might happen if you engage in this process, and what might happen if you make this performance together. And that the desire to embark on something like that is a kind of a step one for solidarity, perhaps. It's a kind of incubator, or like the first phase of how you could make solidarity in that way. The interesting thing is also, like, I think the artists told us what they thought. We called something concept touring, and the artists that applied told us what they thought it was and how it would work. And it opened up lots of different kinds of modes that I hadn't imagined, or that we hadn't really been imagining. I mean, they kind of distill down into artist to artist, a kind of relay between artists, or artist to participant, or perhaps artist to site, imagining a situation for a shopping mall, or a performance for a museum that could be interpreted or rolled out by anybody. But that's the early stage of it, I think, where we're at now. But I'm just going to go over what I said. I think that the thing that I'm thinking about is it will work. Like the projects will work and be valuable and valued when something about the idea, or the way the relationship is cultivated, or the way the process could be held by a structure like a theater or a festival or a collective, it will be worthwhile when it can foster a kind of will to do it. A will to go into the Zoom and join a rehearsal with a projector in a room and a screen. And, you know, when it has that kind of will, or a different kind of will that Lindy and Munya are describing, where it was a will of gathering, making a pack, following these prompts, making a package, sending it, hoping it's going to get there, finding out what happened. Like there's so much will and desire in there that you'd never have to, it sounds like you never ever had to manufacture it. Like it sounded like sustained and all of those things. So I guess a question I have now as a presenter is, if I'm making an invitation and saying, you will love this artist, I just know you will. You'll love this project. It might be interesting for you to work together on it. Is how to cultivate and hold that will, and then let that become their own, so that they tell me as a festival maker how to serve them, and how to serve the will of the project.
I think these are really important questions, and I mean, what you're saying about I suppose the let's say the local artist, or the receiving artists, or the artists who are facilitating transmission, or even those in audience in local context, there's an empowered position, right, of agency and will and desire, which you're speaking about. And I think you know, what can of course complicate that is differing or socioeconomic situations, right? So let's say for artists in I will say in South Africa, where there's less resource, then there's these kinds of issues that also influence how an artist responds. So it's very dryly, if there's lack of resource or lack of funds, and there's a project that presents itself with funds, then this is another layer of need in terms of how to engage with it. I also think about these kind of questions. I worked at the Swiss Arts Council, Pro Vicia, before starting at the National Arts Festival. So directly this engagement between a European country and the Southern African region, and so these were very central questions for many years. When I do think with Lindy and Wenya, with Priority Mail, there is you said that you kind of cultivated a set of principles or ethics. Maybe that's not the words that you used, but this which, Lindy, you were explaining, came from, what was it, the intergalactic?
Pangalactic Women's Joy Collective.
Fantastic name, yes. So these kind of, let's say, ethical frames for that kind of speak to a projected or desired way of being and way of relating. And this is very interesting as maybe a political point of departure in defining or creating a space where artists can then move forward together. Can you speak a bit more about? So you've shared a bit the kind of principle of care that you started off with, but I mean, have you thought more about this as kind of a way to enter into a project or to initiate a project, or this kind of setting up of principles or ethics, or if you're thinking about kind of version 2 or other collaborative projects.
Yeah, and I just wanted to also say Floy Cruci, who was one of the participants, is here tonight. I don't know what kind of input she can also give from her perspective. In many ways, I think this kind of project is a project of its own. I don't think it's necessarily a precursor to something. Yes, absolutely a useful way to frame any kind of creative process, especially a collaborative one, in terms of the spirit and the language that's set up early, involving a lot of maybe you could call it therapeutic approaches of checking in with everybody, allowing people to be able to share what's happening and what's kind of in the background of them showing up to the sessions, what's actually going on that's like kind of pulling at your, tugging at your spirit. And just like making that space for a person to show up as they are, as we are, already released some kind of like openness, will to create together whatever might come off and might come out, and also maybe relieves that exhaustion that certainly a lot of artists in this region, but I'm sure it's a global issue, feel of constantly having to perform this role of artist. So it's yes, care, but also maybe at the real base of it was trying to come into contact with the spiritual, feeling soft, unindustried roles or parts of the artist. Like what are some of the questions we explored together were like, what are your reference points? This was a great question that Simnigiwe Buhlungu came up with. And she was like, think of it in terms of lines of longitude or time zones. Like how do you, in your self, in your creative mind, in your body, what are you mapping your artistic identity, but actually just your personhood on in terms of songs, books, writers. And that was a really generative session. And obviously by nature of just that proposition became a very informative session to learn about each other's references and things that we didn't know existed, and especially across this language, perceived language divide, to kind of start to break down this feeling that it's somehow inaccessible, the world of, let's say, Francophone Africa and Anglophone Africa, for example.
Can I just add one more thing to that? The other thing that Lindy and I did was participate as well. Excuse me. So there were 7 artists. So there were 5 invited artists, and Lindy and I were the other 2, which went a long way in and very organically breaking down any kind of potential hierarchy that could have existed if we had come in purely as so-called curators. So it felt like a really leveled field of play, because we, as Lindy has explained, really invited people to arrive with whatever they were arriving with, for that session. And it felt slow and careful as a result. So I just wanted to add that we were also in there as collaborators and participants.
Mm. Sylvia, I'm reading your body language. I'm not sure if you wanted to come in on something, or if you're okay. I'd maybe just take this moment to just to our audience. So this conversation was planned to run for an hour and a half. We'll see if we go that long or if we stop. But we have another 30 minutes from at this point. So if you have, I see we have just a few questions. If there's please feel free to just pop in questions. You can direct them to particular people or general questions. So we have a question from someone who I see. I know, Christy, you answered directly, but maybe Sylvia or Lindy or Mania want to also add in. So the question is around how you practically organize these projects. So, for example, with the regular daily online meetings, short or long meetings, and how could the concentration and feeling of togetherness be maintained over longer periods of time? Sylvia, do you want to?
Yeah, I can begin. Yes. Yeah, I don't have one answer to that question, but maybe I can answer briefly how we are trying to work on really let's say the preparation and the curation of the project, and then maybe make an example of one production. I mean, I don't have one answer because for each work, of course, the process is quite different. I mean, as a group, so with Ki Hong, Sylvia, Aisa, and Gumyung, we are still struggling, I must say, to find good ways of working together across distances. So when the whole process started, it was beginning of 2019, we had a very different imagination of how we would work together. And then I visited Hong Kong once in the fall, which was a super important and very intense time. It was also politically a very intense moment, and it was very important for me to meet young people, artists, students in workshops and in other contexts. And then a couple of months later, we could not travel anymore. We are also attempting to find a residency where the five of us can meet together. We had actually had an opportunity in Antwerp offered by Fepe Zimmer. We applied for a shared residency there, and we were invited, but then in the end, we realized that only two of us, those who were already based in Europe, were actually able to travel there. So we meet online, basically. We try to meet on regular pace, and Ki Hong and myself meet more regularly. We try basically also not to take too much time from the artists, so not to ask them to sit in online meetings so much, but just to have regular check-ins. But that's really maybe once a month, and sometimes even less. So it's growing very slowly. And maybe what we have at this moment, at least on our side, is that we have time, or we have a feeling that there is time. So also the artists are asked to think of projects that can develop until 2025. So there is a sense of abundance of time, and so slowness is also a possibility, which I think feels great for most of us because we are not very used to that. And then when it comes to the production, let's say the reproduction of artworks in Hong Kong, really the ways of working are determined by the artists themselves, and very often also by how the projects involve an audience. Some of these projects are participatory in different ways and to different extents. So the schedule is also made, of course, in relation to the group of the participants and their needs. And maybe one thing that is to me important is none of the projects that we are inviting, none of them, the transmission is just about some local artists executing, like performing. It's really about projects that imply longer processes. So, and then what Chris also mentioned, this idea of interest and desire really guided us in finding the right local partners. So one of the projects we did already is a work initiated by Samara Hersh, with an Australian artist called Body of Knowledge, and she works with a group of local teenagers. So what we tried to find, what we found in the end, was a match between Samara and her team on one end, and the local team made of artists who used to work with teenagers. And so we're interested also in developing new practices, how to work with them. And then the way the project works, which is also, a lot is happening via WhatsApp and phone conversations, also dictated a bit the way they would work. But for us, it was important that the local teenagers would have someone live with them. So would have some people, because it's basically the teenagers creating the text and then taking the lead in the phone conversation, discussing issues connected to bodies, gender, sexuality, intimacy. So for us, it was very important that they would have individually and collectively a space and some people to discuss these things with, which would not only be somebody who is far away or to whom we are only talking by phone. So, and in this case, we just supported them, but they just set up a process in ways that worked for those who were involved in it. So for the artists, but also the teenagers themselves.
It's also very much on a specific project and person basis. Lindsay and Wenya, did you want to give some response to that? I also found that with Priority Mail, the use of WhatsApp as a kind of documenting medium was quite interesting. It kind of connects to you know, if your conversations and your meetings were a bit like a study group, right, in kind of sharing and well, engaging with the project. But I mean, I just think about when I have kind of conversations with interesting people on WhatsApp, it becomes like it can become like a little library, that conversation, because there's links and there's PDFs and there's things kind of stuck in. And I wonder, I feel almost envious of what that WhatsApp group looked like. Can you speak a bit maybe to the process, like how you did it, and then how that maybe what you'll do with that WhatsApp library that's been created now through this?
I think it's a lovely question. Part of that question was speaking about how do you continue to hold that space, and I think that is certainly a mission of mine. It's certainly a mission of mine and Wenya's, this kind of community building aspect of constantly growing the pool of people that you can talk to wherever they are in the world, and plan for, dip in and out of each other's lives and do a project, and then in 10 years time, but also like share with family and have a place to stay when you travel and know that you know someone in that part of the diaspora and all that kind of thing. And that, again, this question of will and desire to be there, I think that's kind of quite easy to create. And I feel like this group of people, most of whom I knew beforehand, and so knew very clearly that they would be into this kind of process. The feeling remains strong, and there's at least for me, I feel like there's a real authentic connection that was made, and that almost doesn't need to be forced into anything more than like an opportunity that arises, and it's like, oh, definitely that's something we could do with Floyd. Practically speaking, I think Mwenya and I, our role, because we really enjoyed participating as well, but obviously we had to do a lot of sort of like fighting for the idea. But a lot of what our role was actually being a buffer between the group and the institution, who were extremely generous and communicative with us, but who obviously had expectations that we somehow needed to fulfill or bend into something that we could manage. And it's why I brought up that exhaustion thing as well, because as much as there was this great intent and excitement, we also built it around a general feeling of psychic exhaustion. That was like, well, what will nurture everyone in the simplest way? And partly protecting everyone that participated from having to like give, being in a position of extraction. That was kind of the role that we took on. So the idea of the WhatsApp group was that it was an automatic archive, and it was interestingly as much a place to share artistic references, have casual chats, memes, as it was to report on the situation where you are various political riots, happenings going on, people moving also from residency to residency, people like communicating home from the north to the south, and all these kind of things. So that was an automatic thing that we also drew from. Nikki, who was our archivist, would make kind of selections, because of course we still had this issue of delivering something to the public of this. So that was also its own kind of space within this. We were consciously creating this archive, but then pulling out things that might be interesting for a public who's following along. And then the Zoom meetings were also recorded, and Nikki made those, I think they were like 2-hour sessions. She made them into like 10-minute videos, something like that, about 10-minute videos. And then those were, you could actually follow a kind of day-to-day of the process through these residues, which on the back end was quite a lot of pressure for us, kind of like cutting and pasting and putting it out. But kind of like also nice that not everyone had to be on this track of, I got to send a video, and everyone else that participated only had to be there. And we did some kind of back and forth of, is this too sensitive to share? Are you happy with this? Those kind of things.
And were you happy with it in the end? The thing about what you shared publicly, does it did getting that ready change how you felt about the whole process? Did it feel good to produce that thing, and you also know all of the things that happened over the long collaboration and process that you had together? How did it shift did it at all shift what you experienced?
Good question. Okay, I'll go Wenya, but you jump in as well. One lovely thing that we discovered, which was totally unexpected, was because the Zoom meetings were so intimate, people are kind of looking into their cameras and speaking on a very intimate level with someone that they are growing to love in some way. And that translated to I thought, quite a beautiful video, maybe to watch as a stranger, we'd have to ask, in that somehow you feel that you're part of that intimacy, that perhaps this person is talking to you. And there was this beautiful kind of thing that we read that was very exciting to discover. And then quite interesting, Nikki was present, the archivist, she was present during all the meetings in the background. She'd sometimes kind of pop in, but she was very present. So everyone was very aware that this was her role, but so wonderful to feel her listening, and then to receive her kind of selection of how she had interpreted the session as a semi outside person within the space. And just that role was very interesting, I think. And it then created these quite nice little summaries of each discussion with all the parts that might be uncomfortable to see yourself in public happen, edited out, like quite lovingly, while also capturing a kind of like multilingual tech glitch feel of what it was like to be in those meetings. So I personally really enjoyed it, and I'm about to actually use all those things in the next project.
What's quite interesting when I hear you both speak about prior to mail is this in the actual process of the meetings and in the different kind of engagements that you took around the parcel making and sharing. You both as curators were involved, the archivist was involved, and there's really something about what you said, Lindy, about relationship building, that it kind of strikes me as quite like really grounding and very, in a way, quite of base level importance in what you did. And also just thinking, Sylvia, and how you've explained some of the projects that you've done. I think I just checking the time. Okay, well, maybe a slightly bigger question that possibly we have answers to, or just or not. Where we have in each of your projects international artists or programmers who are working with local collaborators or artists, what are some of the kind of, let's say, discoveries or as you went along the process, kind of incidental things that you bumped against, or maybe, Chris, you were saying some of the feedback that came from the artists when who were selected and were in residency. What are some of those kind of discoveries that came out, and how did you consider this or experience this when working across these social or economic differing social or economic contexts? It's quite broad, and I'm not sure if there are precise answers, but I think for each of these projects, it's really where curators are working with people in different contexts, or you yourselves are not in the context. And so yeah, in terms of those socioeconomic differences, what are some of the things that have maybe come out that you feel are interesting to share or reflect on?
I have just a very few, so I'll maybe go first. But one of the most important things was to connect about, we did a check-in about, so what's going on where you are? And sometimes we do that as people were coming in, because you never can get everyone at the same time with all the time zones and everything. But and that was really important for people because it was, the activity happened at a particular time when most people were in some kind of lockdown again. We all became very, very local, and to hear about what was happening in, two of the artists were in a family home in Rio de Janeiro, and they didn't know when they could come back to the UK. They're based in both places, but didn't know when they would be able to come back. Or so it was very important just to hear from people about what inequalities were happening in terms of the pandemic, or what was it like for them personally. And then I think some of the other things were more were really fundamental, like people needing data plans in order to do the Zoom work, or working around power cuts and things like that, that became very vital to the collaboration, but things that you might, that probably weren't in the original plan. But that check-in really about what's happening where you are, for the artists, they all talked about how important that was, because they'd been very, very focused on their own communities, and it was a chance for them many in the group hadn't been connecting out, so it was important.
I've also experienced some similar in terms of working with colleagues in different parts of the world, and in many of these kind of meetings or working groups, there's existing relationships, so it's kind of natural to say, how are things going? And it's a very new kind of immediate intimacy that I experience, where you're kind of so precisely and immediately drawn into someone else's reality. Just before, Mwenya, you popped out because of a power cut, and before we started this chat, speaking to technical about, we have these rolling power cuts. Prior to this kind of like ongoing Zoom connections, I don't know that I would, be telling people about what the power situation is in Johannesburg on a kind of daily basis, as a very silly example. But and that I think there's something. In a way, it's also a kind of tension, because especially in, as you were saying, Kristen, especially in relationships that for me, professional relationships that existed prior to this shift in how we operate because of COVID, there was a care, and there was a knowledge of each other, and what we thought, and kind of curatorial approaches, etc. But this really detail about the specificity of what life is on a daily basis is now suddenly like in all of our faces, and I think it's in one way it's information overload, but it's also it's so full and so enriching. And I'm really curious about how this this changes, I suppose, how we approach, yes, curation and making work, but also just our relationships and how we think about working together more generally. So I went off on a bit of a tangent. I think we're kind of approaching the last 15 minutes. I don't know, Sylvia and Wendy or Lindy, did you have a reflection or thoughts that you wanted to share in relation to kind of working across different socioeconomic or unequal contexts, or if you had something that is a kind of maybe closing reflection or thought that that any of you wanted to share at this point?
Not a closing reflection for sure, but I maybe I can just add some of my learnings. I know I absolutely recognize what Chris said and what you said, Lucia, about the check-ins, and I was already touched when I was hearing earlier Lindy and Wenya talking about that. Now that we also did the same. We also started every meeting with checking in. And that's something we wouldn't have done before. So maybe that's something also, I mean, that's an important learning, which is also acknowledging each other and acknowledging that we are showing up to meetings from particular life circumstances. And which that also made it more evident to me how we were not only living in different geographies, but also really in different temporalities of the pandemic itself, no? Because of these waves. And so there were moments, and at some point we were also talking, okay, how are you working? Theaters, are they open, closed? Can you go out? And I mean, the situations were very diverse. And then a month later or a couple of weeks later, it would be different. And I guess this is for me also a learning, which indeed in different contexts, we also experience different temporalities. And sometimes it was kind of especially talking with people in Hong Kong in the very beginning, felt very much like, okay, that's our future. So that's where we will be in a couple of weeks, no? And then this kind of feelings, I guess, I mean, circulated among us in different ways. And then more in general, thinking about your question and also beyond the collaboration with Hong Kong, but if I think of other artists that I'm closely in conversation with, and particularly in the last months, I had very deep conversation with Ogutu Muraya, who is a writer and theater maker based in Nairobi, about festivals. And I mean, of course, I speak very much from my privilege and my position, but to me, just speculating with him what festivals can be in the future, which is one of the questions that obsesses me, made me discover, for example, tackle certain issues from different perspectives, of course, like the issue of mobility that we already mentioned, but also thinking of spectatorship and access and inclusivity, also thinking of the digital, which is something that I had a strong reaction towards in the beginning of the pandemic, and I really felt no, never. And then also talking with artists who live in different contexts, I realized yes, but maybe it indeed broaden the possibility of access and inclusion in ways that might be very interesting, and also blurs the local and the transnational in ways that might be interesting as well, if maybe we can use it to go beyond just the kind of passive attendance, but if we can really include people who cannot travel to that particular location in other ways. So I have the feeling that there is a lot I still have to process. And of course, very basically, this made me way more aware of where my knowledge and my life experience is situated, and the privileges that come with that. But there were a couple of moments that were really eye-opening in this sense. And that's maybe something we can all keep with us. I mean, these small learnings and something to think of even beyond these particular circumstances.
So, I mean, I wonder, in keeping in vein with much of what the conversation, or what has come out of the conversation, that, you know, works that are or projects that are in progress, or that are defining their own path and as they go. I maybe won't make a demand to give a final or closing statement, and I won't try to summarize anything. But I think what could be what I'm interested in is just thinking about in terms of kind of as you're moving forward, and in some ways, some of you have touched on this at different points in the conversation when you're mentioning your kind of, or you just shared with us that you are thinking of a version 2, and how that may be. But I mean, Chris, you are taking two projects forward into the festival, and I wonder, are you thinking about running this call again, or doing it in a different way? Sylvia, I know the project's actually starting next year, I think you said, in terms of but maybe as a kind of last statement before we log off, kind of where you are now, what, even if it's just one point and not a complete plan, but where are you kind of projecting these projects or learning points of these projects as you think about the future? Chris, do you want to kind of start with that?
My 3 points would be make direct invitations to artists rather than having them apply. Create more context for the projects to be anchored and able to be realized. And the third would be, while doing so, keep a very, very free and open space, so that it's not about somehow balancing attention between production and exploration. Those would be my 3 things. And the subheading in the invitation, I was trying to do it in 3. 3.1 would be specifically working outside of working with Global South artists to find out how they might want to use an opportunity like that as a specific, as opposed to a broad net.
Very precise. Thanks, Chris. Lindy or Mwenya or Sylvia, did you guys have any? Lindy?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how it connects to what you're asking, but I am thinking about the role of translators and translation. Yes, obviously in a straightforward linguistic sense, which was partly what I was doing on our project. And we were also collectively doing it, but also in the translation of context and meaning. And this was really rich in our project. And I thought like quite an amazing thing that we took for granted as a group, this ability to switch codes, have multiple layers of meaning within one sentence. And as I sat translating and making the subtitles for the videos, it was a great feeling to feel like, oh, Sinigewa is talking now, and I understand that what she's referring to is this set of things. And now Oracle is speaking, and she's referring to this, and her accent is this. And this is kind of maybe something really special that Global South-based artists and organizations can offer as a resource in these kind of processes. Yeah, I'm not sure if that all comes together somehow, but it popped into my mind that this was also a key kind of character, was this fluidity of language, of which there were many in the room, and many ways to kind of help each other through, explain, articulate through these many kinds of language, which I thought was very beautiful.
Can I jump in on that? It was something I was thinking about in relation, Sarah, to your question about discoveries. This, the kind of language, part of what I think was enabled by having a range of languages in the room with relative ease was that we were forced to be highly relational and slow and quiet in a way that, I mean, I don't know how it would have happened if it was a kind of monolingual session, but it does feel like there was a kind of purposefulness to even speaking and being listened to and responding in whatever language you were doing that, that was part of creating what felt like a relational experiment, you know, like a way of networking primarily more than making, but part of what made it quite special and intimate and what feels like I mean, there are most of the artists that we gathered I was not familiar with to begin with, but I now feel connected to enough to pursue projects with, to kind of contact on a whim, to share resources with, and that felt like a really particular. I mean, we went in hoping that something like that would happen, but it was a really quite a lovely discovery to have it happen for real, you know. Yeah, I think that's all I wanted to say.
And maybe I can add, I realize I'm bringing in a different perspectives, perhaps, which is maybe more of a reflection also about arts institution and how we can work within them, because I'm realizing that I'm very glad that with the project that we are running now, for the time being, we could not make a festival. And so we had to find another form. And we found a form which is more infiltrating the program of the West Kowloon, of Free Space, etc., kind of leaning on the institutional activities of the institution, and in a way not making ourselves, so our program, so much visible and definable and recognizable as such. And I realized, so in this moment, I feel in myself a big resistance to move towards the first edition of a festival next year, because there is something in this possibility of staying a bit in, I mean, maybe not invisible, but a bit in a kind of opaqueness or an opaque zone, which also gives a lot of freedom and gives space and time to projects to develop the way they need to develop. So this was really amazing for me to, in a way, to know that we could program works in the next 12 months. So we could really talk with artists. When is it a good moment for you? How much time do you need to prepare? When does it fit with your own schedule and desire? And to take into considerations many more factors instead of kind of dictating certain formats and context, in terms of, even just in terms of temporalities, I would say, but also in terms of visibility. And I guess this is a question we will have to face, because at some point we are also asked to produce something which is visible, but still, yeah, this kind of embryonic state of being a bit in the cocoon, yet is something that I'm finding very generative for myself and for the artists that we're working with.
I think we'll close it there. I really like this last statement about with this picture of being embryonic, and I think this, you know, in this time, it's like we have permission and also kind of less options, and but so permission to be embryonic, and which I think it's such a generative period in a way, and everything of that each of you have shared about your projects, I think just highlights that. So thanks everyone, and thank you to our audience for staying with us. And Wenya, Lindy, Sylvia, Chris, it's been really great, and I know I'm going to be in touch with you all as we carry on. So thanks everyone.
Thanks everyone. Thanks, Sarah.
Nice to meet you all as well.
Wonderful.
Yeah, totally.
Great to hear from you all. And thank you, Sarah, for sharing.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jan, for back ending.
Yes.
Yes.